Good morning, everybody. Can you folks hear me back there? All right, good. Well, welcome to the TriMet Board of Directors retreat. We've got a packed agenda today and have some great presenters and speakers to help us. Before I start, I'd just like to acknowledge that today is Veterans Day. Very important holiday. We often don't remember it as well as we should. It's where we honor our veterans, both those living and those who are now no longer with us. And I just want to acknowledge the veterans and the work they do to keep this country safe. And it's a great honor to have this day to honor them. All right, so got at least one new member to the TriMet board since our last retreat. Two of our members I want to note, Joe Esmond and Shelley Martin, are out of town. But since you'll note we have cameras here, this is going to be live streamed and people can go online and actually see it. So hopefully they'll have a chance to review it before our next regular business meeting. I would say that since we met last, we've had a very successful and exciting year, mainly punctuated by the opening of the Orange Line and the recent action by the board increasing our payroll tax that's going to allow us to increase service for our customers here in the region. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that today. Our retreats have been a time where the board can stand back and take a longer look down the road. We're often dealing with things that are immediately in our faces in terms of our contracts or our work or changes. But we need to think further ahead in terms of how we meet the demands of this region and make sure that we're on the right path to address our needs here in the region. And Congressman Blumenauer, looking forward to hearing from you and some of your thoughts on where we need to go. So not surprisingly, the theme this year is the future of transit the next 20 years. So I think we want to step back and take a long-term look. And we know that the region's expectations are great of TriMet to provide service and meet some of their demands. And what I think you're going to hear today is a little bit more about kind of some of the challenges and opportunities with the backdrop of changing demographics, new technology that's out there now and rapidly developing. And I think kind of people's definition with the new demographics of what mobility really is. So we're going to ask Congressman Blumenauer to kick off the retreat and share his vision about the future of transit. We'll follow that up with a discussion of the region's expectations, a little bit more what the region is expecting, and the changing face of our community and that new technology. And then hopefully today we'll have an opportunity to really look at what we want to do with our first increment of the new increased payroll tax in terms of increasing service. And then we'll wrap this up with today with some of the challenges we see in a couple key corridors that we're working on right now where we want some higher capacity transit. And then last thing on the agenda is an opportunity for a couple members of our Transit Equity Advisory Committee to share the committee's priorities and work plan for the next year. So before we actually get into the meeting, maybe we can go around for the benefit of anybody watching or in the audience who doesn't know us. Maybe we'd introduce ourselves. And if you want to say also who you are, but also if there's any things you'd like to see specifically come out of the day, we'd love to hear that. So Lori, I'll start with you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lori Bauman. I'm one of the two newer members of the board. I'm a lawyer at the Ader-Wynn firm here in Portland. And I continue in my role as human sponge, I think, because I'm trying to absorb a lot of information, and I continue to be very impressed with everything I've learned about the agency so far, and looking forward to learning about our future prospects today.
My name is Travis Stovall, and I actually represent District 6, and I've been on the board. Actually, I'm coming up on my 4th year. It seems like I just joined yesterday, so it's been quite the last 4 years. I actually work with a software company here in town called eRep, and what I'd like to see come out of this board retreat this morning is kind of a better perspective of where we need to make investments and start those critical investments now to ensure that we don't get behind in our infrastructure builds so that we are able to match the needs of the region, both today, tomorrow, and well into the future. So it's really having kind of not the overall plan, but a perspective of what we need to ensure that we're going to be able to improve and increase the opportunities and mobility of people around the region, so that we can successfully support, in my opinion, poverty to prosperity and just the overall prosperity of the region and thus the state.
Dr. Chi Allen Bethel, I serve as senior pastor of Maranatha Church, several other things, but mostly today I'm a TriMet board member. What I want to see come out of all of this today is a great plan to continue to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest, transit districts and systems that's in the United States and indeed around this world. As we plan to do that, I want to see what our future goals and objectives will be in terms of increasing the mobility of our community and accessibility, and also taking care of those who are transit dependent and low income riders. And with that backdrop, to understand how then this agency will begin to work towards succession, hiring, and giving opportunities for great creative talent, that people to get an opportunity to come into the agency and begin to help us carry this into the future. Great aspirations, but it's achievable.
I'm Craig Prosser, represent District 7, which is primarily Clackamas County. I am a retired city manager for the city of Tigard. Most of my career was in public finance, working at the local government level, not only in Tigard, but also Metro and the city of Portland, and also at the state of Oregon. So kind of been around the finance field in Oregon. I'm really interested today in talking about our service enhancement plans, and with our new funding, how we're going to be implementing those plans and how we can do that to the best effect. I've also had contacts from some folks in Clackamas County who are concerned about the park and ride lots on the Orange Line, and I think that fits in nicely with our service enhancement plan, so I want to talk about that a little bit. And finally, I'm really pleased that the Transit Equity Advisory Committee is going to be here. Board member Stovall and I had a chance to sit down with TIAC to talk about things that TriMet can do to address some of the discrimination issues that still exist within our community and in this country. And I hope we can talk a little bit about some of their ideas, what we can do to take TriMet to the next level in addressing those issues. So.
Well, I'll introduce you. So, and we also, General Manager, would you like to say anything?
Only human from General Manager.
Okay. And I'm Bruce Warner. I'm the president of the TriMet board, and my district is, in essence, Beaverton West in Washington County. And I'm president of the Warner Group, a small consulting firm doing transportation development type things. But those of you who know me know that I've been in transportation most all of my professional career and worked with TriMet a lot. And I think the members here have captured the things that I want to see. Really, I want us to all understand collectively the expectations of the region. And then, as I think has been said here, make sure that we're prepared and making the investments in a thoughtful way to get us to those desires for the region to ensure the livability and economic opportunity that we enjoy here in this Portland metro region. So with that, I'm going to say a couple words to introduce you, Congressman. Earl Blumenauer is a lifelong resident of the city of Portland, a resident of the city of Portland, and he's devoted his entire career to public service. Looking back at his history, while he was a student at Lewis and Clark College, he spearheaded an effort to lower the voting age both in Oregon and at the national level. He was elected to the Oregon legislature in 1972, and I believe Wright was the youngest member ever in the, was that not true? Okay. Yeah, okay. Too young, there we go. Where he served 3 terms and chaired the House Education and Revenue Committee in 1977 and 1978. In 1978, he was elected to the Multnomah County Commission, where he served for 8 years before being elected to the Portland City Council in 1986. And in his tenure, for 10 years as the Commissioner of Public Works in the City of Portland, he spearheaded a lot of things in transportation, planning, environmental programs, and public participation that really have helped Portland earn international recognition as one of America's most livable cities. He was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in 1996. Mr. Blumenauer has created a unique role as Congress's chief spokesperson for livable communities, and he served on Transportation Infrastructure Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, and was vice chair of the Select Committee on Energy, Independence, and Global Warming. He is currently a member on the Ways and Means Committee, we're pleased to hear that, and the Subcommittee on Health, Social Security, and Trade. So with that introduction, welcome, Congressman Blumenauer. We'd love to hear what you think about where we need to be in the next few years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I'm listening to you recite my checkered history, I'm thinking at each step along the way, I was able to work with TriMet, your predecessors on the board, and management, and some of the most rewarding experiences I've had in my career. Dealing with finance, dealing with system expansion, and particularly the work on the first light rail line, which went through an area that I represented in the county. Spent a lot, actually worked on that before, and then for those 10 years at the city, we met, I want to say, almost every week, certainly several times a month, with people from TriMet as we conspired together to grow a light rail line into a system, to work together with people in the community, dealing with what was outside the window, other modes from cycling. I mean, we worked with you. You were one of the first agencies in the country to have every transit vehicle accessible by bike. The Rail Volution Conference that some of us were at in Dallas last month was started as this cooperative effort here and has grown into a national showpiece. And every year, TriMet gets special recognition from people, 1,500 people or so from around the country who come to try and, in a sense, learn from our experience. And they're picking it up and running forward. I think what's important to talk about today is what are people going to be looking at that Railvolution 20 years from now? Are they going to be coming to Portland to see where it started and then go someplace else to see where it takes us? Or whether TriMet's going to continue to help the region be on the cutting edge. And within that 20 years, it is staggering to think of what the opportunities are. Self-driving cars will be a reality in 20 years and probably much faster. I understand you can program your Tesla now to drive you to Seattle hands-free. We have a population that is looking at transportation much differently. Some of us of an age where people grew up tethered to a single occupant vehicle, and it was a rite of passage to camp out at the DMV the night before you turned 16, and that was a sense of independence. And today, those millennials that all communities lust after, the certified smart young people who can live anywhere in the world we want to live in our community, they have other ways of demonstrating their independence, and it's not being tethered to a car. Fewer and fewer of them are actually getting driver's licenses. They're using Uber, they're using Lyft. I watch them use the app on their smartphone for TriMet, for streetcar. They live places where they have to have less, actually they can access immediately by foot or bike. That's not to say that there won't be a demand for automobile traffic. There will continue to be, but it's going to be different. The population will be different. And it's not just the millennials. some of us are of the age, the geezer baby boomers, have kicked the addiction. They're moving in from the suburbs, and the suburbs are changing. And a number of you represent suburbs that are much different than what we had 40 years ago when I first started working with you. Throughout all of this, TriMet has been one of the key change agents, because we've been very successful. I would say on a per capita basis, we have been more successful than any community in the country to be able to garner federal support to help finance our vision. And that's not just because, there was a time when we had some very well-connected members of our delegation that helped nudge that along. And I'd like to think that with Congressman DeFazio and myself, our two senators, that we're attempting to continue that tradition. But basically, it's TriMet and the performance that makes that job easy. And you saw it in terms of the national and international recognition. Cut the ribbon on the bridge, run the orange line, being able, and I deeply appreciate the effort that you and your staff put into that regional celebration of where we have come. I think that was a very important signature event. The question going forward is whether or not we're going to be able to maintain that momentum. And frankly, I think TriMet's role is as critical or more critical than it's been in the past. In part because the system that we have created has the opportunity to, I think, jumpstart a number of other service areas. I am particularly intrigued with the potential for bus rapid transit, a new technology for us, but not internationally, but an opportunity to sort of combine the best of streetcar, light rail, and bus in a way that really brings people in, helps spur development, and moves a little faster in a very cost-effective fashion. The route tying the innovation quadrant, which is going to be, I mean, you anchored it with your Tillicum Crossing Bridge, but that mile and a half radius around that is going to be one of the most important areas in the entire state for the next decade. But it is important that that is tied to the rest of the region. And what I love about the bus rapid transit line, linking the innovation quadrant out through an area that has long been neglected in terms of transportation, the Powell Corridor, which is an area that I was running with a local developer this morning looking at things in that area. It was where my grandfather and great-grandfather built homes near 39th and Powell 80 years ago. Serving that and taking advantage of that right away, and the fact that it is and I will be talking to the State Transportation Commission about this tomorrow, Highway 26, Powell, is kind of one of those orphan highways. It used to be a key role for the state. Now it's basically a main street that the state can't afford to maintain and the city can't afford to take over. And being able to work with you with bus rapid transit, being able to garner attention, changes in land use, I think will be transformative. Another orphan highway is 82nd. That is a scar through East Portland and has been for decades. Having an opportunity for the bus rapid transit to link a section of that where we can upgrade, to kind of show what is possible to reclaim that orphan highway, to adapt it into a family. For years, in fact, I ran for the Portland Community College Board because I was outraged that the community college was not serving Southeast Portland. We have a Southeast Portland Center, 82nd and Division. It is a major activity center and a chance to anchor that out Division. Maybe we can rebuild that Gresham Transit Center, which I think is long overdue, and to Mount Hood Community College, linking that critical area for East Multnomah County with the innovation quadrant. I find that exciting. and it will be transformative with this low-cost, high-impact technology. And it's one that doesn't have to take decades. Doesn't have to take decades. The other major transit project that you're looking at now, the Southwest Corridor, is likewise along an orphan state highway that time has kind of, not been kind to. And there is a significant right-of-way, but it's not well managed. I know that there are some issues with Tigard. And I have a motto: we will build no line before it's time. When Milwaukee didn't want light rail, we rolled up our sleeves, we went north. Fine. When you're ready, we'll see if we can help you. But in the meantime, we're moving on. And it's the same attitude I have with the Southwest Corridor. Let Tigard figure out what it wants to be when it grows up. In the meantime, we have an opportunity to serve one of the major underserved areas of potential development in the entire region, and that's the Portland Community College Sylvania campus. If it was a university with the same characteristics, it would be an anchor in this project, and it should be anyway. In terms of the tens of thousands of people that serve, 122 acres. And again, part of what just frustrated me, Portland Community College is a great institution. I love it. But the location, thank you very much, of the Sylvania campus with a suburban plan. Of course, also the Rock Creek campus in the middle of farmland where and again, I ran for the board because I thought it was stupid to do that before we dealt with Southeast Portland. Then they built the campus out at Rock Creek and complained that there was no bus service. Kids were literally hitchhiking to that and not being invested in North and Northeast. Well, we've got a chance to correct that. They're running shuttle buses to their facilities. It's costing them an arm and a leg, and you cannot cost effectively serve them now. But with the Southwest Corridor, that's a potential for you to do so in ways that, as I say, will be transformative, make a difference for the entire system. And I look at these two projects as being revitalization for Mount Hood Community College, for Portland Community College, for the educational requirements that we need for people with the challenges over the course of the next decade. And part of that is equity and access, because some of the people who are underserved would be dramatically better positioned to be able to take advantage of that service and the businesses that are depending upon it. And with Portland Community College, you have a partner that had a fabulously successful bond measure. I think they're looking at another one. I hope they're looking at another one. And being able to think collaboratively about opportunities with their capital program, your capital program, engaging employers, and frankly, the redevelopment opportunity at that campus and all along that Southwest Corridor. I get excited thinking about it. I hope that you help us think through the next 20 years that you're aiming to serve, because in the next 5 years, you're going to be initiating those projects. I hope you're well underway. And it will be, I dare say, the next 20 weeks that will determine whether or not we'll hit those goals for 20 years. I admit that I am shamelessly lobbying for people to look at 2016. There will never be, I think, a better time in our lifetime to be able to make the case to the public and secure support. You're in a position to help tie the pieces together. And it's not just Mount Hood Community College, the Innovation Quadrant, Portland Community College, Portland State. I think being able to be the lead for a regional proposal modeled after what happened in Seattle. Having an element here to try and deal with a bottleneck that chokes the region around the freeway interchanges in downtown Portland. That problem with the weave and access, that bottleneck is a problem for freight movement throughout the region. It's a problem for people in Washington County Clackamas County, East Multnomah County, and people in the heart of downtown Portland. It drives us all crazy. And it has defied action for a long time. I think you're helping to spark some effort to start getting moving on that. And being a part of a little bit here that is devoted to alternative transportations for some pedestrian improvements that are long overdue that might relate to your facilities, and maybe one or two nice little bike projects, so that you, with low cost, high impact, can capture the energy that is out there that is waiting to get behind the regional vision. I hope that our friends at Metro, starting tomorrow, I guess, at JPAC, I'd like to be at two places at once, but I'm going to be lobbying ODOT tomorrow morning, their Transportation Commission. I just see an opportunity to tie these pieces together in a role that TriMet has always played and done well. But I think you're in a position to actually serve as a catalyst now that's more important than I think that it's ever been. Striking while the iron is hot, while we have a string of successes, while the economy has been coming back slowly but surely, and when we see, I think, more clearly than ever, the opportunities to serve portions of our region and populations that desperately need this service. I think you're teed up and ready to go. I look forward to helping in any way that I can. I'll stop my filibuster, and if I haven't exhausted your time and patience, I'd be very interested in a conversation about how you see these things.
I'll turn it to the board. Anybody? Go ahead, Craig.
I'm curious what your take is on the future of federal funding, you know, particularly since it's likely the House will stay Republican. You know, we don't know about the Senate. You know, chance of that also remaining Republican. You know, for big projects like we're talking
Right.
about, what's the outlook for funding, and how can we best position ourselves to make the case?
It's an important question for us all. I mean, my major legislative priority, in fact, I left the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee to go to Ways and Means because I want to be involved with infrastructure finance. I've introduced the first gas tax increase in 22 years, and we're winning the battle of the editorial pages. The New York Times, the Washington Post mentioning by name what we're doing and supporting it. And around the country, 7 red Republican states have raised the gas tax this year already. On Capitol Hill, not so much. There was a refusal to even allow us to discuss it as a part of the transportation bill. But I think that is changing. I mean, the realization that we cannot continue the way we're doing. We cannot look behind seat cushions and turn over tin cans and do fixes that actually are more expensive in the long run and do not give the 6-year certainty that's necessary for the big picture. I am absolutely committed to getting you a better Congress, and you will have a better Congress next year, which is another reason to be able to move quickly. How to be best positioned is to be best positioned, to do the work that you're doing, because one of the things that's been exciting for me is we've been successful year after year, regardless of who was in the White House or who was in control of the House or the Senate, because these projects pencil, because TriMet has delivered, because our region has the land use in place and a track record of trying to be sort of the model. So I think there's no question in the course of the 20 years there will be changes politically, expected. But you will have a better Congress. You will have an opportunity to take advantage of the framework, and we had Peter DeFazio here yesterday, and Peter's done a masterful job as the lead Democrat on the House committee. He's forged a great working relationship with Bill Schuster. Peter and I worked with his father, and Bill has been very cooperative in terms of the framework, and we have been well treated, as I say, by administrations. So it will take a while. We will finally follow Ronald Reagan's lead. Ronald Reagan in 1982 called on Congress on Thanksgiving Day to come back and raise the gas tax 125%. So I've done a couple of press things with a life-size cutout of Ronald Reagan. I've even used a recording of the speech that he gave, which was masterful. I think we'll get there, Craig. But in the meantime, having our act together here regionally, the fact that you have been able to fashion a relationship with the business community to get some breathing room in terms of service restoration, the work that you have done with your employees in terms of getting a model for compensation going forward, these are all, I think, extraordinarily useful to maintain our position. Sorry, too long an answer, but you touched about 3 buttons there.
Thank you for coming. Greatly appreciate the comments. I've got 2 kind of topics to touch on, one of which is the conversation around, I'm a huge believer in ensuring that we connect, as we've referenced the innovation quadrant with our universities and our schools and our community colleges. I believe that is the way we start putting the rungs back in the ladder to allow everybody access to higher education. I live in Gresham, and so the focus on Mountain Hood Community College and connecting Mountain Hood Community College to the innovation quadrant is a deep passion of my own. As we look at that, though, we've got to balance, as an agency, we've got to balance connecting the schools, universities to the innovation quadrant, but we also have to connect the stakeholders, the riders, the citizens to the employment centers, and so that's going to take some type of balance to address that. Similar to what you're referencing in shuttles going to Portland Community College, we've got the same thing going to some of the employment centers. Because we need to, once we get the education to the folks that need it, we also need to get them a job, a living wage job, something that they can support themselves and their families, if that's the case. So it's really how do we make that balance and be able to invest in a way that's going to support both of those mechanisms, which leads to the second comment and topic in regards to innovation. We talk about innovation a lot, and we talk about innovation in the sense that we want to achieve it as an agency, as a region. But when it comes to our funding mechanisms and the restrictions around our funding mechanisms, innovation is something that's not very well encouraged. We look at our train system across our country, and it's decades old, if not centuries, probably not centuries, but essentially, we've got high-speed trains around the world that are going significantly faster than what we're producing here in the United States. And part of what I see, and I was just back with Work Systems Inc. Earlier this year at the Workforce Boards Conference back there in D.C., and one of the speakers talked about innovation, and he talked about some of the mechanisms and the things and the restrictions that we have in place, especially with federal funding, that actually discourage innovative thinking or taking the risk to do some innovative things. And so I see part of the solution to being able to enhance our investments to achieve the 2 things I just referenced earlier by looking at how do we become more innovative and how we grow our transit options. But I also see some of the challenges, specifically with some of the federal funding, and a lot of our funding is, certainly comes from the federal level. But it's kind of this situation where the 2 really don't go together. They're saying, hey, we want to be innovative, but you can't really take any chances. You need to play everything safe. So, from a federal level, that's something that I think would be a long time in the process. But if we don't start the conversation, I don't think we're going to be able to achieve the solutions that we need to be able to talk about and to fulfill the needs that we want in our community.
Those are 2 very powerful observations. Part of what you will be doing with these 2 projects and the service restoration and enhancement is you will make it a lot easier for people to be able to access those employment opportunities, and these will help us open up other areas for development and redevelopment. There are, I mentioned I ran this morning with a local developer who was showing me what he is thinking about doing along Powell. I mean, the opportunities along there what Trillium Family Service, that's 11 acres. An opportunity to do lots of things there. I haven't talked to them, but I know they're trying to figure out what to do. We have along Barber, along Powell Division, there are opportunity sites. You're right about technology. I mean, but it works pretty well now. You know, I am really intrigued with people who've turned their life over to smartphone apps, and they can figure out streetcar, bus, max, and they can supplement it with car to go. Or I mean, you're well on your way. The legislation that I referenced that we're working on now actually has some interesting elements for technology, for innovation about how we pay for transportation, and hastening the day of smart transportation applications. Now, they have to be disguised about what the names so they don't scare people, but they're in that bill in ways that will help advance it. The high-speed rail thing drives me crazy. I think the way we'll get it is we'll probably enter into a design-build contract with China. And I mean, I'm serious. If we don't change what we're doing, the Chinese will come in. They'll build a corridor between Eugene and Vancouver, BC. They'll take the value added, and we'll pay through the nose for it, but we'll have it. I hope that we reach a point where we're willing to actually invest in our own high-speed rail with American companies, and not, but the Spanish, the Chinese, they'll do it for us tomorrow, and it's happening in Texas, as you know, between Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. They're on their way for a privately financed system there.
Other questions?
I do have a question. I wonder if we could get the benefit of your experience and your perspective, since in Congress you see transportation projects and transit projects all over the country. What's happening elsewhere that maybe we could learn from?
Well, there's, as I mentioned, just looking at the Houston Dallas project, where they're having private investment to sort of dive in. What I find that's most interesting around the country is not so much that the projects are significantly different than what we do. In fact, a lot of these are modeled after what they've seen in Portland. They've come and they've looked at our successful light rail, our land use, our streetcar, the bike program. What they're doing is they're going back and they're funding them on a regional basis. They're actually stepping forward, and what's different is that they have been more aggressive about getting regional buy-in for the construction of these projects. Every one has a little different legal requirement. They have different funding sources, but you see it in Phoenix, in Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle. I mean, they're still stuck in the tunnel, and yet they were willing to step up for almost $1 billion. And I think that is what is most significant. I was in Brooklyn 2 weeks ago, and there to talk to them about a streetcar program along the waterfront there. It's not so much different from what we're doing, but what they have done is they have stepped up in terms of an order of magnitude for funding that we have not done here for a while. I think that's the biggest difference.
So, Congressman, I think following on that comment, I think what you're, if I heard it correctly, is you're issuing us a challenge in some ways. What I hear you saying is we need to think about some sort of multimodal transportation package that may be referred to the voters that includes a couple transformative, as you call them, transit projects, includes some major highway problem issues that we've been dealing with for years, and also deals with some livability and access issues in terms of bike and ped. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think the ask is 2016, and I think it is an opportunity to have this regional conversation in terms of empty. I don't want it to be bled away. Too often we have kind of a regional laundry list, and everybody gets them. You know, a little bit here, a little bit there. You've been in the middle of those. You've been very successful at it. And there's a time and a place for it. This is not the time and place, I think, to kind of try and do little hit and miss things. And I think taking a regional bottleneck that is related to highway, that touches everybody, freight movement, commuters, and be able to take a running start at trying to do that, and have the livability, because people are really concerned about the safety of their children, particularly in the eastern part of your district, and some corridors like the southwest corridor. I mean, those are two areas where pedestrians and cyclists are at risk, and it's senior citizens and children who die most frequently. And I think you're in a position to serve as a catalyst. We all, if you're willing to take leadership because you have these two major projects and you have this regional scope, if you're willing to help step up and get the ball rolling, I think it's the obligation on the rest of us to be partners in this effort, to help you in terms of both with what happens with the public dialogue and making sure that you get the support from other governmental agencies. Make no mistake, I'm all in. I want to help you with these projects. Some of the most rewarding things I've ever been involved with have dealt with TriMet, and my community is profoundly different because of what you and your predecessors and the amazing people who've worked for TriMet have done for over 40 years.
Thank you, Congressman. I really appreciate your time here today and your leadership in Washington, D.C. and throughout your tenure here in Oregon. I think it's a good challenge. I think it's some good advice, and I think we'll be talking about some of that a little later on in the agenda. So you're perfectly welcome to join us for the entire day if you'd like to. I know your schedule's busy, but again, want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to come talk with us, and we will count on you, and we will talk with you, no question, about how we can work together in a partnership, both with the state and the federal government, to make some of these things happen that we all want to have happen here. Any last comments you want to make?
Well, I appreciate that. I may lurk in the background here just for a couple minutes, just to kind of let it settle, see what's going on. I'm happy to continue our conversation in whatever forum that's useful. I appreciate, I mean, I know that all the lavish pay you folks get on the TriMet board and the public celebration is not always uniformly positive. And you're wrestling with major issues for the region. So I appreciate your taking this morning, doing a deeper dive, what you're doing on an ongoing basis, and look forward to helping in any way that I can.
All right.
Thank you
very much. All right. All right, so the next piece of our agenda is talking about trends in technology. How are we doing? Do we need a 5-minute break or anything? We're okay? Doing okay?
Keep rolling.
All right, let's keep rolling. So, just key off a few things that the Congressman said. I think what we're hearing is changes in the region that are going on in terms of demographics, growth, are making transit even more important than it historically has been in the past. I think people are viewing transit as part of the hardwired system that we have here in the region to get folks around. And there's no question that our demographics here in the region are changing and have changed dramatically in the last 20 years or so. We've been talking about millennials in terms of their declining use of automobiles and other modes. I think we're going to learn a little bit more about that. I think we're also becoming keenly aware of the linkage of how important transit is to getting folks to affordable housing and to jobs. The region and the state have adopted their climate smart strategies, and transit is a major component of allowing this region and the state to meet our goals. And the bottom line for us is improving and expanding transit service is really, I think, what they view as a key to the achieving a vision here for the region. So it's not without challenges. We're going to hear about some of those, but the conversation we're about to have is to really help us gain a better understanding of some of those challenges, and I consider them opportunities. So let's begin a little bit with the region's expectations, and the drivers is going to shape what we do and the trends in technology. And so Bernie and Alan Lato are here. Bernie, you're going to kick this one off, is that right?
Thank you, President
Right.
Warner. Yes, I'd like to suggest maybe that you and Dr. Bethel, just so you can see the pretty pictures, and so when I use the laser pointer, I don't blind you. So this portion of the presentation is really, as President Warner outlined, to give you a sense of sort of the challenges and circumstances that TriMet and the region will be thinking about and grappling with over the next 20 years. And so run you through a little bit of background on population growth, demographic changes, what that means to congestion, and then talk a bit about technology and the role that it is playing and can continue to play in helping us address the challenges those changes are bringing. So we'll start with looking out 20 years or so using some data that Metro has generated as part of their effort to think about the urban growth boundary and land use and transportation strategy for the region. First, looking at population growth, the expectation is that over the next 20 years or so, the region will grow in population by about 400,000 additional residents. That's a combination of natural growth, folks here having kids, and in-migration. Mostly that's driven by in-migration, and the addition of 260,000 or so additional jobs, we hope. And as you see at the top of those bars on the right in green for both population and jobs, those are estimates, and they're actually sort of towards the lower half of those estimates. So we could be growing population more than that. We could be growing jobs more than those projections. And right now, the way that Metro is moving, they're not proposing any addition to their urban growth area to accommodate that additional population or jobs. That may change over time, but for now, the expectation is that we will be adding significantly to our population and jobs base with pretty much the same land area that we currently have. And that means that we will be trying to fit more people and more jobs, more travel into a physical footprint that is essentially unchanged. So a sense of scale, Neil calls this the eye test picture. This is downtown Hillsborough, and we've picked that because 400,000 additional residents is the equivalent of 4 new Hillsboroughs being located in the region. So one of the things that Metro has done is tracked where residential permits have taken place between 1998 and towards the end of 2014. And this is sort of a heat map which graphically shows you where those residential permits have taken place. And you can see that the spike there is Portland, and the smaller spikes are out in Washington County, Hillsborough, and mid-Washington County. And the expectation is this trend will continue and actually accelerate over the next 20 years, that a lot of the residential development that the region can expect will take place in Portland. That spike in Portland is expected to move a little bit east of where it is now. So areas between the river and 82nd Avenue, and perhaps a little bit farther out, we'll see a lot more residential development in the coming years. And that just gives you a sense of where the intensity of travel is likely to land. This is not universally agreed to. There's folks in Washington County and in Clackamas County who believe that these trends will not materialize in this way, but historically, that's kind of where the emphasis has been, and that's why Metro expects it to continue. We've also seen development of the retail and office sector. So that previous graph was residential. This is retail and office development. The majority of that development is happening around the key transit corridors. The dark lines there are light rail, and the gray line leading down to the south is the commuter rail line. Which also intersects in this area with Tigard Tualatin, where we're thinking about the, Tigard Tualatin, where the Southwest Corridor is being looked at, and the Powell Division Corridor here. So, like the residential development, a lot of office and retail is happening along the transit spines where we currently provide service and where the region is expecting us to continue and even enhance our ability to move folks around. So in addition to population and development growth, we're seeing changes in the demographics of the region and where different segments of the population are living. This map shows median family income 2008 to 2012. And the blue areas are higher income areas, and the tan and moving towards the, I guess that would be sienna or ochre, is lower median family incomes. And what you notice from this map is historically, North and Northeast Portland, this area, was really where you would see 20, 30 years ago, this would have been red, an ochre. A lot of the low-income housing would have concentrated in this area. This map is basically a reverse, a negative of what it used to be. The suburban areas used to be higher income, and it's flipped. This now, the inner city is higher income, higher household incomes, and lower household incomes are concentrated or more prevalent in these old ring suburbs, the first generation post-World War II suburbs. And that's a challenge for us in terms of operations because our best service tends to concentrate in the old urban centers, and the service in these areas is just sparser. It's spread out a little farther, and the frequencies are not necessarily as great. This is a map of language proficiency, and so the orange or yellow areas are where English is second language for more than 8.8% of the population, and you see a significant concentration of second language in mid-Multnomah County and out in Gresham, mid-Washington County and out in Hillsborough. You used to see it mostly here around Cornelius, Forest Grove with the Hispanic community, but now in addition to that, mid-Washington County and mid-Multnomah County. And as Congressman Blumenauer mentioned, one of the other demographic changes that we're seeing is it changes in the way that millennials are using the transportation system. This came from a Federal Highway Administration survey between 2001 and 2009 and of millennials, and shows a significant drop in driving trips for that demographic, and as you see, a 40% increase in transit trips, as well as bike and ped. And as Earl mentioned, the trends continue. We continue to see millennials waiting longer to get their driver's licenses, a higher percentage of them not getting driver's licenses at all, and a very different profile in terms of auto ownership among millennials. Much fewer millennials owning cars and using alternative means, whether it's transit, bike, ped, or car sharing. Yeah.
One of the comments that I've frequently heard when we've seen data like this is that this is true up until the time the millennials start having families, and then it returns to a more traditional pattern.
Yeah.
Do you have any data on that?
Yeah, I think this, you see two things that that are affecting the millennial pattern. One is when they start to get families, there's a higher proportion of car ownership. And coming out of the recession, we're looking to see whether some of this was recessionary, recessionary dynamic, that millennials weren't working as much and they couldn't afford. But even if you leave all of that aside, it causes a change in the use of the system because you don't have 16 to 25-year-olds driving. When they get to 25 and up, they do drive, but or they're driving a little bit more than when they're 16 to 25. Mm-hmm. But it's still a significant change for that demographic between 16 and 25.
Okay.
And we're seeing folks, even when you get to that 25 and up, the level of car ownership is still below what it would have been for that demographic 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So one of the questions that comes up is how is technology changing, and how might it help? And as Congressman Blumenauer was talking, I was thinking that 20 years ago there were two technologies that were very much on people's minds, and a lot of discussion about how they were going to transform the way that people move, the way that cities are built. The entire transportation system was going to be revolutionized by this new technology. Anybody want to guess what technology that was? I don't have a Segway, right?
I'm just guessing.
No, that's it. You're right. It was the Segway. It was going to have a revolutionary impact on the way. But that wasn't the technology that actually revolutionized the way that people travel. It was the cell phone or the smartphone. So these are some of the trends that we're seeing. Obviously, Zipcar, Car2Go is pretty well known and out there in the real world. Lyft, LYFT, is active, as well as Uber. This is Bridge, which is a demand response van shuttle that you schedule using a smartphone. This is the Google car, which is self-driving, which is being tested in California. This is a version of the Bridge, which is driverless, self-driving. And this is a bus, municipal bus in China that's being piloted. I don't know if you can see it in this picture, but the driver is holding his hands over his head like he's being held up at gunpoint to show that he's not touching the wheel. So this technology is moving very quickly, and some of the technologies like Lyft, Uber, and Car2Go are ones that we're already integrating into the mobility network. There's a lot of discussion and debate about self-driving vehicles. I was at the Governor's Transportation Vision Committee, subcommittee on technology recently, and there was a lot of discussion about autonomous vehicles and drones. And the folks who are really interested in that technology were saying, within 5-6 years, it's going to be very ubiquitous. For those of us who work in transit and deal with things like positive train control, we're a little bit more sanguine about how quickly that technology is going to be integrated, because positive train control, which is sort of the technology equivalent for heavy rail, is massively expensive and massively difficult to implement, and very slow to implement. So the idea that we're going to have autonomous vehicles out there is hard for some of us to imagine that it will be that quick. And I remind folks that all of these things, all these technologies occur in a political environment as well. Self-driving cars work really well if all of the cars are self-driving, because then they're talking to each other and controlling each other. As soon as you put a human in that environment, you can imagine a highway that's 90% self-driving cars and 10% guys with overloaded testosterone and a souped-up car weaving in and out of traffic, causing the rest of the system to fall apart. So the interesting thing from a policy standpoint in terms of self-driving cars and that technology is, when does the point come when the policymakers say you cannot drive your own car? That's when the challenge of matching technology and policy and politics will come together, because I guarantee you there will be a lot of people who do not want to let go of the wheel of their car. So bringing it back to a more sort of pragmatic and current technology framework, one of the things that we're working on today and integrating into the transportation system today is information technology. We have streams of data that all of these transportation platforms are generating. The trick is to, one, turn that data into usable information that riders and travelers can actually access and use to their benefit. And the other is to find a way that information can be shared between platforms so that you can travel from TriMet to Uber to Car2Go to a bike rental and that kind of thing. So TriMet, I don't know if many folks know that TriMet pioneered a data platform that sets up some common specifications for how you display and disseminate data about your system, arrival times, schedules, bus stops, and so forth. Bibiana McHugh at TriMet pioneered what's called the GTFS, the General Transit Feed Specifications platform, and turned that information loose on the tech world. And the result is that we have 57 apps that have been developed by third-party developers to use this information. So all those apps that are out there that schedule your ride, show you how to connect with other things, are possible because we democratized the data feed and made it available to folks. We are working with folks like Uber, Lyft, and Car2Go and other transportation providers to try to encourage them to adopt a common set of specifications and to share them with the community of app developers, so that we can truly have one app, for example, where you go in and you schedule a ride from your home to work, and the app will deliver a trip to you that shows you the most efficient. You can choose, I want the cheapest system linkages, or I want the quickest linkages, I want the linkages with the least amount of transfer time, those kinds of things. You pick that, and it tells you, okay, your cheapest route, for example, would be to take the number 8 bus from point A to point B. Then there'll be an Uber driver there who will pick you up and take you to your final destination, or there'll be a bike rental kiosk there, and you can take that bike to your final destination. So this is our goal. The challenge that we have at this point is that these are proprietary systems, and they're in competition with each other, so they don't really want to share that kind of information with each other because they don't want folks poaching on their clients. So we're trying to find a way to have a neutral third party that can essentially take that information, strip away the information that would allow folks to steal customers from each other, and then repackage it so that it's sort of content neutral, if you will. So that's a technology that we're working on right now. It shows you the complexity of taking technology and really integrating it in the real world. And then the other thing that we're doing on the technology front is the Hop Fast Pass e-fare electronic fare system, which initially will be a fare instrument for TriMet, for Portland Streetcar, and for C-Tran, and obviously for our commuter rail as well. But ultimately, we'd like that platform to provide a one-stop shop, if you will, for paying for a whole variety of transportation services, from other systems like Chariots and Smart, to Car2Go, to parking, to someday pay for your tolls and integrate with Zipcar and Uber and bike share programs. But we've got to get it rolled out first and have it work for us before we can go to them and say, okay, we want to integrate. So all of this flows into what's called ITS, Intelligent Transportation Systems. You see variable message signs on the freeways today. Pretty soon those systems will be talking to your car and telling your car that there's congestion up ahead. And then we want to integrate that with the weather systems, with emergency response vehicles, and ultimately with the rest of the transit network, so that both the auto side and the transit side, the bike share side, even the pedestrian side are talking to each other and using that flow of data, translating it into usable, actionable information. But given the level of population increase that I talked about earlier, a lot of these technologies are essentially single occupant vehicle technologies. So they're not reducing necessarily the volume of cars that are on the freeway system. If you have a bunch of autonomous vehicles all trying to commute at the same time, the highway is still going to jam up with cars. So the region is looking to us to respond to the challenges of population growth and congestion as much with technology as they are without it. So turning to the subject of congestion just for a minute, with the population growth that this region expects to see, we are going to see an increase in vehicle miles traveled, vehicle trips, and travel hours. And this is a graph that was put together by the Portland Business Alliance. The green bar is cars, and the blue bar is trucks. And you can see between 2010 and 2040, with the growth that we expect to see in this region, we would expect to see almost a 50% increase in car trips, but a 75% increase in truck trips, significant increase in freight movement in the region with the kind of growth that we're expecting to see. Similar increase in vehicle miles traveled for cars and for trucks, and vehicle hours for cars, a 50% increase in vehicle hours traveled for cars, and almost 100% increase in truck hours of travel in the region. So significant challenges. These are not the kind of trends that you can fix with Uber, particularly on the freight side. So what that means in terms of congestion is, if we do nothing more than sort of the level of effort that we're exhibiting today, we'll see a threefold increase in congestion by 2040. And that translates into a tremendous impact on individuals in terms of the amount of time that they spend in traffic. And if you value that time, it's billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars of lost productivity. And it's also a significant impact on the business community in terms of the hours that their freight is sitting in traffic, the impact on drivers, the impact on just-in-time delivery, on their ability to connect to markets around the country and around the world. So thinking about that congestion and what it means in terms of a road segment, for example, that is a key artery for the region, ODOT has done some work to analyze what a section of I-5 freeway looks like. This is I-5 northbound around a Denver Avenue ramp, which is near near the Rose Quarter, just north of the Rose Quarter. And this is where on the roadway this measurement was taken. So this is I-5 north, just north of the Rose Quarter. And where it's red, that's traffic that's between 0 and 10 miles an hour. And this is between 2 and 6 p.m. in the evening. So they call this a brain scan. I call it an aneurysm because it means that the system is blocked right here. It's having a stroke. And what I'll show you now is a series of measurements that just take this little section right here at this time of day. I'm sorry, no, just this geographic section shows you a day in the life of that section of the roadway over a number of years. Let's see if this fades. So that's 2011, and the red and orange here is where the system is significantly congested. It's 0 to 10 miles an hour or 10 to 15 miles an hour. This is what it looked like in 2012. You can see that the shoulders expanded a little bit. 2013, a little bit more. 2014, steady. 2015. So the rush hour went from 3:45 to 5:15 in 2011 to 3:15 to about 6 p.m. in 2015, and the amount of time that section of freeway was essentially at gridlock expanded significantly. So as we grow, this is sort of status quo today. As we grow, what you'll see is we'll start to get yellow up here and we'll start to get red up here. And that section of freeway will be failing in transportation terms for, multiple hours of the day. So, yeah.
And the numbers in the columns represent what?
That's the, that's a heck of a good question. I think that's the average, it's the average miles per hour for that time segment.
Wow.
Yep. Thanks, Alan. So that's the problem statement. What is the region expecting TriMet to do? As Neil said when he is out speaking to folks, they come up to him and said, "What is TriMet going to do about congestion?" So that's the question that the region is asking us as a long-term policy issue. So one thing that the region is doing, Congressman Blumenauer mentioned this, that they're expecting us to deliver a number of hours of service that are equal to the Regional Transportation Plan, the RTP. And the RTP is the foundational document, so sort of the blueprint for the region's transportation system. It's the strategy for how we continue to move in the region. It's also the strategy that the land use system is built around. So we use the RTP to calculate where growth can occur and how much growth can occur, both in terms of residential and jobs growth. So if we're not meeting the RTP, we're going to have problems with the land use system. The land use system's not going to work if we can't move the people around within the urban growth boundary. With the change in so this was the trajectory that we were on prior to the recently adopted payroll tax increase. So you can see this orange line is the RTP. We were well below the RTP level of service. And this is all measured in terms of hours of service. With the increase, we're on this blue trajectory. So you can see we're pretty aligned with the RTP. We start to depart a little bit from it in the outer years, but for the next decade or so, we're very much should be in a position where we're meeting the RTP levels. But the RTP is not a static expectation. It changes over time as population and land use patterns change. and as we develop additional policies. So one of the policies that the legislature has directed the region to develop, and it has developed, is climate smart solutions. And that is this black line. And you can see there's a gap between the RTP level and the climate smarts that's similar to the gap between where we were before the payroll tax increase and where we are currently. The climate smart is not currently in the RTP, but it's a policy document that sort of lays over the top of it and is an expectation that the region and the state have that we will eventually reach that level of service. And our expectation is in the next couple of years when the RTP is updated that this will become the new RTP or pretty close to it. So officially the region's expectation of TriMet will increase to that new trajectory. So just to give you a sense of scale, I put these together, and don't look too hard at the actual numbers. It's more just to give you a sense of order of magnitude. This is where our bus fleet growth pattern was prior to the increase in the payroll tax. I'm sorry, I don't have that number on here, but this is where it is with the payroll tax increase. So you can see we're going from a little over 600 buses by 2035 up to around 1,000 buses on the current trajectory. The RTP has a slight bump on top of that it would expect, and Climate Smart would be, again, another sort of order of magnitude increase on top of that. The implication of this, obviously, is that we have a significant capital expenditure in the bus fleet program. And the other is that in here somewhere, we will reach a point where PAL Garage is past capacity. So we would need to expand PAL to accommodate just the physical footprint of that many additional buses. And out here somewhere, we end up being in a position where we would need a fourth operating base or a significant increase in, say, Center Street's footprint, just to physically house that many buses. So on our long-range plans are, how do we accommodate the growth at PAL, and then much longer term, but still in the back of our minds is starting to think about changing the footprint of Center or a fourth operating base. Probably fourth operating base makes sense in terms of if we're moving service out of the core or adding service out of the core, not moving it, but adding it out of the core, that base might not be most efficient internally. And then obviously you need operators to operate those vehicles, so we would grow the operator ranks from just under 1,500 to 1,600 or so over the course of between now and 2035. And if the region adopts the Climate Smart and we find funding for that, obviously those numbers would climb even greater. So that has implications for developing the workforce, apprenticeship programs, and so forth. So that's the way that the region looks to TriMet in terms of hours of service. The region also looks to us to address major corridors. And obviously we've had a lot of success in developing corridors in terms of light rail. So we have these light blue are interstate, the line to Gresham, 205, airport, and the line out to Hillsborough, and then the line down to Milwaukee. But the region has other corridors that have significant challenges in terms of traffic volumes and congestion, and very little opportunity to build additional lanes without having significant cost and community impact. So PAL Division is one of those corridors that we're looking at today in terms of how we can address the needs on that corridor with a bus rapid transit system, and then the PAL corridor, I-5 corridor down to the Tigard area is the other corridor that the region is currently tasked us with looking at, along with Metro. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about how we approach those corridors and some of the challenges that we have to overcome in order to be successful in actually moving those corridors forward. But first, a little history would be helpful. This is a little synopsis of the major corridor projects that we've done since 1986. Obviously, the Blue Line to Gresham was our first project. And as you can see, there was a pretty good long stretch between when that project went into place and when we had our second project out to Hillsborough. There was a lot of work that had to be done, both technically and politically, to bring that second project online and to come up with the finance plan to allow that project to happen. But you can see since then, we've had a pretty regular program, incrementally increasing the light rail system. Red Line to Airport was a unique project in terms of its funding with a significant private sector involvement in that. We moved forward with the Yellow Line, which was actually a segment of the South-North, what we used to call the South-North Line, which was intended originally to go from Oregon City up to Clark County, Washington. But we ended up breaking that project into smaller segments. We ventured into the commuter rail system in 2009 and also opened the Green Line, and then just most recently the Orange Line. What's important to note about these projects is this, between the original Blue Line and Hillsborough, we weren't really in the process of planning the Hillsborough line when we opened the Gresham line. And that's part of this gap here, was that there wasn't another project ready to go in 1987, 1988. We had to ramp up that project to get it ready for 1998. In this era, we were almost always planning another line as we were constructing the previous line. So Blue Line was being constructed, there was discussions about building the Red Line. As Red Line was being constructed, there was discussions and process going forward planning the Yellow Line. The circumstance that we have today is that Orange Line is open, and we're really fairly young in the development of the Southwest Corridor project compared to where we were with these projects at a similar time. So if you took all those projects and you added together the funding for them, this is the pie chart that you would end up with. And this is not inflation adjusted. So these dollars in current, if you inflated those to current dollars, they'd be significantly higher. But a little over $2 billion in federal funds invested in high-capacity transit in this region. On a per capita basis, that's probably, I haven't done the calculations, but that's one of the highest in the country on a per capita basis. We're the 24th largest metropolitan area in the country, and we're probably number 5 or 6 or 7 in the country in terms of the amount that the federal government has invested in our high-capacity transit system. That's when we talk about punching above our weight, we have been incredibly successful in this region in leveraging the federal investment to our benefit. And, there isn't another category of funding that you can expect to leverage in that way. There isn't a highway fund that you can get the federal government to leverage your local resources in this way. It doesn't exist. These are dollars that are discretionary, and they can go anywhere in the country. So if we don't leverage these funds, then Salt Lake, Denver, Seattle, San Francisco, they do leverage these funds. The other significant portions of the funding program for the high-capacity transit have been a local share. This region has flexed a significant portion of federal, what are called STP dollars. Those are flexible dollars that can go into a variety of different types of projects, and the state has been a significant player as well. Now, this obviously includes historical projects where the federal share was 80%, 75%. Today, the federal share on projects, as you'll see later, is limited to 50%. So if you took the local funding part of that graph and blew it up, what you see is about a quarter of the local, non-federal resource has come from the state, about a quarter has come from TriMet, about a quarter has come from the flexible federal funds and city resources. This is not all City of Portland, but cities that have participated in funding the various projects. 7% from general obligation property tax bonds. This was a bond that we passed that paid for West Side and for project development of the line to Clackamas County. And the rest have come from kind of a variety of other sources, counties, donations. A lot of this is land donation that we've leveraged. It's a terrific way for us to leverage federal funds, is to get a land donation and then use that as match for federal funding. So those are historical accounts of how the funding has gone. Looking forward, now thinking about how POW Division and Southwest Corridor might be funded going forward, the picture is a little cloudy. I don't want anybody to get too scared, but there are challenges. And one of them is just looking at the federal highway fund. These are, whoops, sorry. The gray line is the receipts that have come in from the gas tax, and the orange line is the outlays. And the green line is the balance in the highway account. And not to get too technical on you, but this is just an accounting a gimmick. There is no account, there is no savings account that has the Federal Highway Trust Fund in it. It's just a way for the federal government to say that we owe the highway account X amount of dollars. And what you see is there's a growing gap between the outlays and the account. And what that means is that more and more the federal government is using general fund dollars to pay for the transportation system, roads and transit. And in this most recent transportation reauthorization, Earl mentioned that he wanted to offer a gas tax increase which would have raised this green line up, and that amendment didn't make it to the floor, let alone get voted on. And so what that means is most of the funding in the package is general fund. It's changes in the tax code that allow the federal government to add general fund to the transportation environment. And that's not a good thing or a bad thing. It just means that instead of having a defined pot of resources that comes from the gas tax, we're now in the general fund mix, which means we're competing with all the other things that have general fund resources devoted to them. There's a mass transit account, which is a part of the Federal Highway Trust Fund. And you see a similar dynamic here, although the transit account had significant surpluses in it, which have been spent down over time. And now our situation looks very similar to the highway side, essentially the general fund picking up a larger share of the resources that are devoted to transit. We fared very well in that mix. There's a lot of support for transit in Congress, both on the House and Senate side. On the Democratic and on the Republican side, there's a centrist consensus that public transportation is a significant service, and there's a significant need to fund that at the federal level. So we expect to see that continue, but we're also not expecting to see significant increases in the resources that the federal government devotes to the transit system. Then turning to the state for a little bit, this is ODOT's funding picture from a couple of years ago, but it still essentially shows you the same thing, that over the 2000s, the legislature decided to bond a lot of resources to address the needs of the system. A lot of this, OTIA 1, 2, and 3, were around seismic retrofits of the bridges on I-5 and I-84. So projects that needed to get done to make those bridges secure for heavy loads and for seismic events. But the consequence of that is that the real buying power of ODOT's resources has declined as more of that resource is devoted to paying back this bonding. And because the gas tax hasn't kept pace with inflation, the buying power of ODOT's resources has declined over time. And similar to the federal level, we've seen a little bit of addition of general fund to the mix. This is lottery-backed bonds as part of the Connect Oregon 1 through now 6 program. I call them general fund even though they're the lottery back because they essentially act as general fund resources. Finally, one of the resources that we've used historically on the projects has been an important resource for the rail projects has been lottery-backed bonds. And unfortunately, a lot of other transportation and non-transportation programs have followed our lead and figured out that you can bond lottery dollars, and OTIA, or rather Connect Oregon and other programs have absorbed a greater share of the bonding capacity of the lottery. These numbers used to be, for example, on the orange line, we had $250 million of state resources backed by lottery bonds. You can see now that between 2016 and 2023, there's only $650 million worth of total lottery bonding capacity. So devoting 250 or 300 million of that to the next rail project or a combination of a rail project and a BRT project will be a significant political hurdle for us to overcome. So we do have these two next generation high capacity transit corridors, PAL Division, which is a BRT, and Southwest Corridor, which may be either a BRT or LRT. And as you'll hear later, why we think probably it's right now looking more LRT-like than BRT-like. I think you've seen at Alan's presentation at your board meeting a little bit of this schedule of approaching those two projects. We're currently in the process of thinking about the mode and alignment and terminus for Southwest Corridor. We're hoping to make decisions on those in early 2016. So in early 2016, we'll have a decision about whether it's light rail or bus rapid transit, and sort of generally where it goes and generally where it would end. PAL Division here is in green. The locally preferred alternative, which is sort of the land use decision for that project, we expect to come to this body in mid-2016. And then soon after that, we will need to identify 30% of the non-federal share of that project and have it have a commitment to that funding that's secure enough that we can take it to the federal government and convince them that it's real in order for that project to move to the next stage of development. Just to honor Congressman Blumenauer's comments about elections, this just notes that there is an election in November of 2016. That's a general election, presidential election. There's a lot of turnout for that election, and generally those elections are ones that folks think about in terms of funding projects, taking funding questions to the voters. The next milestone in the Southwest Corridor project would be that in early 17, we would have the development funding for Southwest Corridor identified. So that's not construction funding, but in order to get us through the development of that project, we need to have identified where the funding for that staff work and consulting work, engineering, and design would come from. And then for PAL Division in late 17, we would need to have identified 100% of the construction funding for that project in order for us to move to the federal application process and get federal funding identified for the project. Again, just noting what the calendar looks like. There's a general election in November of 2018. It's a gubernatorial election, not a presidential election, so not as high a turnout, but it's still higher than primaries or off-year elections. Early 19, the current schedule for Southwest Corridor would have us identifying 30% of the construction funding in 2019, and then in late 2019, 100% of the construction funding for that project would need to be identified for us to move forward with the federal application for New Starts funding, federal New Starts funding. So although these projects take a long time, and it always seems like, when we're talking about 2020 and 2025, that they're pretty far out, there's a lot of work that has to go forward, and they're, pretty big milestones out there in terms of identifying the funding and being, secure in that funding being available for us to move into the federal process. So turning just to the PAL Division funding options, these are very abstract in kind of order of magnitude, but to get your get you thinking about what these projects might look like in terms of their funding. PAL Division is a small start. We'll talk a little bit more about that later when we get into the corridor discussions. Small Starts is a federal program that provides federal funding of up to $75 million for projects that that cost up to $150 million. I'm sorry, $250 million. So this 300 is probably a typo. We probably should have 250 million there. And they require a 50% non-federal or non-small starts match. And thinking about what that non-federal or non-new starts or small starts match might look like, a portion of that will be TriMet resources. This primarily will be vehicles. So in order to do the BRT, we need to buy new buses, probably articulated buses that are more expensive than our traditional buses, but they also carry significantly more passengers. So that will be a significant portion of our contribution to the project. We would need regional flexible dollars to be allocated by JPACT and the Metro Council from the MTIP process. These are highly competitive dollars. A lot of jurisdictions around the region look to these resources to fund projects in their jurisdiction, but the region has made significant contributions out of the MTIP to high-capacity transit projects in the past. A portion of it will need to come from the City of Portland. That could come from system development charges, from general fund, from an urban renewal district. There is not currently an urban renewal district covering the majority of this alignment, but the city could form one, and that could be a resource that they put into the project. And then I've got a sort of catch-all here, which is other, and that could be bond proceeds. It could be other strategies that either TriMet or the region identify to fund the project. Could be donation of property, could be other transportation authorities assuming pieces of the project that take the burden off of us to make improvements in the corridor. And then turning to Southwest Corridor, this is, instead of being a small start, is a new start, which is a different category of federal funding. It's for projects that are with a federal share over $75 million. There's no top end on New Starts projects in the statute, so they can be much higher cost total than small starts. But there is probably a fiscal and political top end, and we'll talk a little bit about that later on, where the sky's not the limit. There are some realistic, pragmatic limits to what the federal government is likely to provide for these kinds of projects. And there has to be a non-New Start share, which is 50% currently. That's not in statute, but it's the practice that the federal New Start share would be no more than 50%. And that will be law after the new transportation bill is enacted. So just thinking about, again, in general terms, what the shares might look like, TriMet will have a share in that project, which we have done in previous projects like Orange Line. We would expect and hope that the City of Portland will contribute some share. The MTIP dollars, again, will be an important component of our funding for the project. Although the lottery dollars are scarcer than they have been in the past, we think that the state has a significant role to play in the funding of the project and a significant interest in the success of the project. So we would appeal to the state for finding a mechanism to participate in the project funding. And for Southwest Corridor, just because of the scale, our other is a little bit bigger than it would be for PAL Division. So that speaks to some kind of regional funding mechanism that is yet to be identified. And I'll talk about that next. So Congressman Blumenauer mentioned that there are, when he was asked sort of Board Member Bauman by you about what are the other regions, what are the other jurisdictions doing, he said, well, a lot of them are taking our ideas and funding them. So I want to just talk a little bit about how those other areas are approaching the challenges that I've just outlined in terms of funding. As Earl mentioned, 7 quote-unquote red states passed gas or other transportation funding tax increases on Tuesday last. And over the last few years, 21 states have approved some kind of transportation funding mechanism. Most of them gas taxes, but also sales taxes, and some of them quite significant. Washington passed a $1 billion measure here just in their last legislative session. And this is a graph of regional measures over the years. Many regions have, this is both regions and cities, I should say, smaller jurisdictions. Many jurisdictions have implemented strategies for funding their transportation systems at the local level. All of these have a transit component to them. Some are a combination of roads and transit. Some of them are only transit measures. But you can see pretty significant success rate for those regional measures in the 70 to 75% success rate for those regional measures since about 2003. So even during the recessionary period, those regional measures were seeing quite a bit of success. And then just in our own region, Seattle just approved a $930 million program for a multimodal package that includes streets, safety improvements, and a significant increase in transit service. Washington State Legislature approved a $16 billion measure. $1 billion of that is a multimodal package, and it gives Sound Transit the authority to ask for up to $15 billion in additional resources. And they are planning to roll that out in November and see whether they can get local support for a portion of that. They're not going to ask for all $15 billion, but you can see they're thinking pretty bold about the resources that they need in that region for transit improvements. San Francisco just approved a $500 million bond measure for streets and transit. Alameda County a $7.8 billion measure, with $5 billion of that for transit bikes and ped improvements, and $2.2 billion of that for roads and highways. So significant effort at the local level, and a significant portion of that focused on public transit. So with that, sort of a recap, significant challenges in terms of population and employment changes, in terms of expected congestion growth, significant expectations on the part of the region in terms of what TriMet should deliver to try to address those challenges. But we've done it a lot before. We've been successful many, many times. At this point in the development of all those other projects, your predecessors sat around a table very similar to this and got a presentation from a staff person very similar to this, saying that there's big challenges, and these projects are very complicated and take a long time, and they've all gotten done. So a lot of success and a lot of history of success going for us. But the projects aren't inevitable. They don't just happen. They do take a lot of work, and they take a lot of leadership and a lot of leaning in over a long period of time. You don't do these in a sprint. You do them in a marathon. And as Dr. Bethel said earlier, we have great aspirations, and the region has great aspirations for us, but they are achievable if we make the right moves over a longer period of time to get them teed up. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have some questions and comments. Who wants to comment first? Lori?
Right, I do have a comment, maybe not so much a question. So looking into the crystal ball,
Yes.
makes me very nervous.
Of course,
Projecting
yes.
off into the future what the demands are going to be. Nobody saw the last recession coming, for example, and that had a huge impact everywhere on our economy and every related system. And so when we talk about demographic changes and how millennials are getting around, I guess I'm a little skeptical candidly, of the numbers that were put up between 2001 and 2009, because 2009 was the depth of the recession. And so I'm not sure that we can draw conclusions about generational use of transit from that data. However, the data that did come right up to the current minute was your information about rush hour congestion on I-5, showing that as the economy has come back since 2011 has really accelerated. And so that was very meaningful data to me. And I think those of us who are out and about in Portland see the congestion, that it has just really gotten worse as the economy has come back. And certainly the recovery from the recession has been slow, and presumably is going to continue for some time. So my comment is that piece of the crystal ball, I feel pretty comfortable saying that congestion problems are going to continue regardless of how people's transit usage or patterns may change over time.
Thank you for the presentation. My primary comments go to, as we look at this information and data, I'm challenged to think about the ability of our current transportation infrastructure to actually be sufficient in 2035. I mean, with the numbers that you were reflecting in regards to the number of people that are expected to move to the area, population is expected to grow significantly, it seems that there's an upper limit to what our transportation infrastructure can accomplish. And when I think about how many single occupant trips are taken, and how do we manage that? Ultimately, I'm struggling to comprehend whether or not we're going to be able to truly accomplish what we need to accomplish without some type of significant quantum leap forward in the thinking that we currently are utilizing to think about how do we conquer this potential transportation problem that exists. as you look at those numbers right there, you see the significant increase in time. I mean, this is only in the last few years, that's occurred, that we've seen the significant growth of the rush hour at that intersection. And as you talk to folks who travel around the region, that's going on throughout the region. And I mean, we're not building another, at least I don't think we're building another Banfield anytime soon. That's constrained, and it's already something that, if you're coming in from the east side, from 205 down to I-5 in the mornings, I mean, it's pretty much bumper to bumper that entire time. And I can only see that getting further and further out towards the east side as the population continues to grow. As we look into that crystal ball that Lori just mentioned, does that crystal ball actually tell us whether or not the potential solutions that we currently are thinking about in the current construct of how we process transportation solutions, are we able to solve it, and solve it by means of what metrics do we even use to say we've accomplished what we've needed to accomplish? Is it a significant reduction in the amount of time that we see congestion like this and the cost of congestion? How do we know we've achieved what we set out to achieve? And is it even possible to achieve it with the current construct of the way we think about both, vehicle transportation infrastructure? And you already said that freight mobility across the region is going to increase even greater than cars. So you've got freight kind of also struggling to utilize the same thing. But with our current structure, are we even able to achieve whatever we're looking to achieve, and what is that metric that we are looking to achieve? I know part of that's given us by the climate smart communities and the regional transportation plans.
Well, it's a great question. I think just to clarify maybe that I was talking in terms of the transit role, but that doesn't mean there's not a road side to the equation. Obviously there is. And this graph that talks about congestion increase, the RTP contemplates both investments on the transit side but also on the road side. And so it's not one or the other. It's all of these tools have to be available. And right now, neither the transit side nor the road side have the kind of resources that they'll need to meet the challenge going forward. One of the things that we're exploring is, in terms of the road congestion, we know there are significant bottlenecks in the region that create the kind of aneurysm that the ODOT graph showed you, that they really aren't caused by the need to add a lane, for example, to I-84. They're caused by bottlenecks at specific locations, like the Rose Quarter interchange, like the I-84, I-5 interchange. And the RTP and the regional land use strategy always contemplated that we would be making improvements to the existing arterial system. They just contemplated that we wouldn't build new freeways, sort of brand new freeways like the Mount Hood Freeway. That we would use transit, high-capacity transit, to address those major radial corridors, which is why we continue to look at PAL Division and in the I-5 Barber Corridor. So yes, you have to improve the road system as well as the transit system in order to achieve even this change. And what this tells you is actually congestion's going to increase as population and the economy grow. It's just not going to increase as much as it would have if we weren't making those investments. Yesterday, Congressman Blumenauer talked about there's good congestion and bad congestion. The good congestion is the congestion that you manage as the economy grows. The bad congestion is the congestion that overwhelms you even though the economy isn't growing. When folks talk about solving congestion, I have said that the way you solve congestion is you have a gigantic recession and nobody goes to work, right? That's how you solve congestion. No, the real answer is you grow the economy, which allows people to prosper, and you make investments in the system that keeps it from choking on itself.
As the morning has progressed, I've been giving a lot of thought to an article that I read recently, and going back to what Congressman Blumenauer was talking about, he mentioned orphaned highways being a big problem, and that is a symptom of this larger issue. Former Metro President David Bragdon has written an article suggesting that this state needs to look about how we manage transportation statewide. The fact that there are state highways running through our cities that the cities have no authority over. Highway 99W, Highway 99E, Hall Boulevard going through Tigard and Beaverton, McAdam Highway 43 going down the river, Powell Boulevard. I mean, they're all over the place. And ODOT doesn't have the resources, the ability to manage those and to support those the way they need to be. And yet we also have state highways, and I mean, well, those are state highways. We have a freeway system that is in serious jeopardy now with the congestion and stuff. And ODOT is perfectly positioned to address those issues, but again, it doesn't have the resources. It has all these competing demands. And we have a funding system that allocates state gas tax money by region of the state, not by lane miles. And so the whole system is very difficult to work with. And what David was arguing is we need to look at rationalizing this whole system. Well, that's far larger than TriMet, far larger. But are we getting to the point where we do need to be looking at how we manage the transportation system in this state? I think part of David's argument is until we can show that we are being efficient in managing our system, voters are not going to be overly excited about giving us additional resources. I look at the demands that this agency has, and I really, truly want to see the Southwest Corridor move forward. I was at Tigard when we were arguing to get that on the regional agenda. The Powell Division corridor, for the reasons the Congressman was talking about, is very important. And we are going to have to look at additional resources. How I want to be as successful as we can. I want to make the best argument we can and gain as much support as we can from voters. Given the state of transportation overall in this state, how do we best do that? I don't know if there's really a question in there for you, but it's a concern that I have. It's a frustration that I have.
Well, and it's obviously a concern that we have as well. Just a couple of thoughts on that. One, in terms of orphan highways, one of the things that you notice about this map of the high-capacity transit system is a lot of those corridors are orphan highways. Powell Division, Barber, McLaughlin. And what we've done is, in some of those cases, we've taken that orphan highway and really been able to transform it. So North Interstate was, 99 north here. And as Congressman Blumenauer mentioned, the BRT has some ability to help us change the way Powell Division look and act. There's some resources that might be leveraged there to put in sidewalks where there aren't sidewalks today, that kind of thing. I think to your broader question about changing the way that the state allocates resources, there's a dynamic there which is which is one that we think about, that is, it's one that's tough to grapple with, which is that in urban areas, we really need a level of capital infrastructure, density of infrastructure that's different from John Day or Burns or Ontario, places like that. They'd be happy to have an orphan highway, right, in some of those places. And once they have a basic facility, and as long as the connection to the I-5 corridor or I-84 corridor is working, they don't need, congestion is not the issue for them. It's just being able to make the connection. So they can survive on a level of resources that's far less than what we can survive on. We just need a more intensive kind of infrastructure here, and we can afford it because our economy here, the value of movement of goods here is much different than the value of goods movement there. There's a load of logs or a load of gravel that's moving over the system. Here, there's a load of microprocessors that's moving over the system, and the value proposition is completely different. It doesn't matter if your load of gravel is, 20 minutes late or, different than your schedule. Here, your load of processors misses the flight to Asia. That's a big financial impact. So in some ways, although I don't disagree with what Mr. Bragdon was saying, it's very difficult to say to the elected officials from those places, we want to raise your taxes and we want all of that additional resource to go to the Portland area so that their economy can be even more successful than it already is. Doesn't play well in Salem. And so in some ways, the conversation in Salem for this region is really more about what tools can you give us that we can use to tap into the economic value of our region to pay for the infrastructure that allows that economic activity to occur. So it's a slightly different conversation than sort of splitting up the resources. It's always tougher. It's always easier to talk about a bigger pie than slicing up the existing pie in a different way. And that same conversation is happening at the federal level.
When you say that, are there, the question for Salem is, what are the tools that they can give us? Have we looked at what additional tools that we would need legislative approval to get at, and do we have an ask list?
Well, the region has. TriMet itself hasn't specifically, but the region has asked, for example, for the ability to do local county level vehicle registration fees that don't require a vote, and other mechanisms like that. And some of those have been, well, we've been successful at Salem level, but when it gets to the county level, there's been varying degrees of success. Now, Washington County, of course, has been very successful with their MSTIP program. Historically, that's a property tax-based system rather than a vehicle registration fee-based system. But so, yes, we've had some success in terms of getting the authorities, mixed success in terms of implementing them and using those tools. TriMet, I would just note, has some of those tools in its toolbox, and we've used them from time to time. Regional bond measure for the West Side is one example of that. So we do have some of the tools. We've been able to do projects using other tools in the past. For Southwest Corridor and possibly Powell Division, we may need to dip into that toolbox in order to make the financing work for those projects.
Given the amount of congestion and the change of demographics in the northern area of the I-5 corridor, just about to cross the bridge, the effects of gentrification, I have a couple of concerns. Number one is that as we continue to look at the expansion across the other areas, that we do not lose touch with what needs to continue to happen there. That's the core of where a lot of the service is. The service must be maintained. It must be kept at a good rate. That includes frequency as well as equipment. The other piece that troubles me is the example of building 4 new Hillsboroughs, because there's just not a lot of low-income people sometimes in the Hillsboroughs who can afford to live there, and they can travel there and work, and then they have to go someplace else. To strive for another example and some way as to how that impact, or what we're getting at is the growth, how it's going to have an impact across the region without it being, quote unquote, identified as a ideal place that many are not going to have an opportunity to be a part of. So I want to challenge us as a board that when we put out, we make sure that we are being inclusive and not exclusive in the way that we put our charts and things out. And that troubles me, just the 4 Hillsboroughs. So finally got a chance to talk about that. So go back, do some work about that, and see if we can come up with something else to talk about the impact of what it's going to be, as opposed to just putting 4 of those up there.
I appreciate that. We picked Hillsborough because it's 100,000 residents, and so it fits the number well. We didn't mean to imply that it would have the demographics of Hillsborough. The broader point, though, about service and how we deploy the service, we'll talk about a little bit when we get to Alan's portion, but what the service enhancement plans are talking about, a lot of what they're talking about is, in addition to maintaining the service that is in the core system, is looking at these areas where affordable housing, you can find affordable housing now in the mid-county areas, and connecting those areas to job centers like the Columbia Corridor, like Rivergate, like downtown Portland. So very cognizant of how those changing demographics influence where the service goes and the types of connections that we're trying to make.
That's it on that.
I got a couple comments. First off, following on what Dr. Bethel mentioned, I've been involved in the Washington County Transportation Futures study that they're looking at, and what we're finding, I was just shocked by, frankly, the last 20, 30 years in Washington County, the percentage of higher income earners is clearly higher in Washington County, but there's a greater number of lower income. So the income disparity in Washington County, we're seeing the same thing that we're seeing around the entire region. And it will become an issue, and more of an issue as we look to what we need to provide in terms of a transportation system. And that's a demographic issue that we need to recognize, and I know you do, but I think diving down deeper is probably important to understand where we are. The other thing I've seen from when I was at APTA, American Public Transit Association's meeting in San Francisco, 3 weeks ago, technology is a big deal. There's some things that are going to happen, I think, along. I was blown away by some of the things I saw. I can't remember whether it was California or Atlanta, where they monitored they looked at where the trips on Uber and Lyft were going to and coming from, and a lot of them were essentially our last mile problem. I was shocked to see how many trips originated out further in the suburbs, and they would end up at the transfer, at the last transit station on their light rail system, which was really interesting to see. So there's a lot of things going on that are going to change some of that. And I think I look at that graphic on the operators. One of the first autonomous vehicles could very well be, some transit vehicles, and so some of that will, I think, change. I mean, we have no idea what's going to happen there. So I think technology is something it will help us a bit. I don't know to what level but it's going to help and it's going to make a difference. My mind can't wrap around what that means yet. And then I guess the final thing is I agree with you, Travis, that the problem is daunting. It's huge, but I think that's frankly what makes it a great opportunity. I think the citizens in this region understand, the ones I've talked to, that we're kind of at that tipping point right now. If you look at the growth in jobs and housing and what's happening on our roads, our transportation system, they know that it's becoming a problem. And I think they understand, frankly, that we need to invest in that system. And I believe it needs to be a partnership between the cities, the local jurisdictions, the region, the state, and the federal government to pull this off. And so when I look at those diagrams about your plans in terms of when the elections are going to be, I'm hoping based on the challenge that Earl gave us today, I mean, I would like to see, is there a way, frankly, to accelerate that, to look at a package of something that could actually get us started on that way? And we'll always be told, wait up, the legislature is going to do something, so you shouldn't do anything. I don't know how many years I've heard that. And I don't believe it. I didn't believe it then, and I don't believe it now. I think we have to, as a region, step up and start addressing some of our own issues and problems. And we need to be honest about it and frankly ask our residents for their approval to do some things. I think we need to be very specific, like Washington County has, in terms of what we're going to do with those monies. And I think we can be successful. And frankly, we can also then, I think, demonstrate to the state of Oregon that they need to step up for their piece of the transportation puzzle, whichever it is. But we need to recognize the state's never going to be able to take care of the level of needs and expectations that this region has because of many of the things that you talked about, Bernie. So I think getting aggressive, getting kind of out of the box on some of this stuff, as the congressman has suggested, is worthy of some exploration. I'd love to see kind of what's the accelerated version of what you've got right there. I don't know whether anybody else feels that way, but okay. All right. So we've now got you way behind by asking lots of questions.
No, I think.
Oh, we're doing fine,
we're doing
aren't we?
okay,
Well, we're
actually.
doing fine.
I think
Okay.
we're pretty good.
So I think we're now turning it over to you, Alan. Is that right?
Yeah, let me see if, I'm not sure if the presentation is lined up right after this or not, so let me check. But
Gwen's
are you switching it? Okay, great, thanks.
Should we take a 5-minute break right now while getting this set? Yeah,
Sure.
let's do that. I think I'm seeing some people squirming in their seats here. I may be one of them.
Mr. President and members of the board. Thank you. As Bernie talked about, in order to, regardless of what the ultimate level of service that we need to be providing in 20 years is, we clearly need to continue to expand, continue to improve, continue to enhance. And we really talked about it in terms of two things. One is service. So ultimately, to bring people to where they need to go, to get to their jobs, to get to training, to get to medical appointments, to do all of the things that they actually need to do to make their lives better, we have to put service on the street and on the rails. You're going to hear, actually, you heard from me at the last board meeting, a quick update of the Southwest Corridor and the Powell Division. The Southwest Corridor, looking at light rail, or really, we shouldn't even be calling it BRT. We should be calling it busway, because the right-of-way is so constrained. We have to create a new way for buses to move. And I mentioned some of the things, Bernie mentioned this too, that we're seeing the demand so high that you have to run so many buses, even when they're big, that you lose a lot of the benefits of signal priority and other things. And so there's some real benefits to looking at an even larger capacity like rail. In Powell Division, you'll hear more from Dave Unsworth in a little while about the project. You heard a little bit from me. A real opportunity to bring something that's during this decade and has those benefits, and still operates largely within the context of that, or those arterial system of Powell and Division. But in terms of service, is what I really wanted to get into more detail here, because regardless of what projects we build and what vehicles we run them with, ultimately it's the service on the ground that really brings people and brings the benefits that people need to be able to make their lives productive and be part of society and part of the healthy economy. So I wanted to give a little bit of background and then talk a little bit about how some of those decisions, some of the details that go into it, and based on the guidance that you have given us over the past year or so, the way we're approaching both the service enhancement plans, but also the annual service plans that we will need to conduct each year, because with the current tax, the payroll tax increase, that's of course stepped in slowly over 10 years. So every year we're going to have to make those prioritized decisions about what comes next. So of course the board sets the policy. The recent service guidelines, the 5 key considerations that the board defined, which I'll talk about in a few minutes, really drive the basis of the service planning decisions that we make, along with input from the general public, our riders, stakeholders throughout the region, from social service providers to cities and counties, everyone, frankly, who has time to talk to us and is interested in getting involved. And like I said, that annual service plan is where we really have to make those decisions. And, every community deserves more service than we can probably provide for them. There are needs throughout the region. And so we're always having to balance out and understand where to put those scarce resources. We've been talking recently about sort of these 4 missions and 2 duties of TriMet. And you've heard, at least from me and I think from others, about the missions summarized as, we're here to fight congestion, to provide an alternative to congestion and help take that slice off so that all those other critical needs like freight movement and things can work within the system. And that's really about doing what we can to take service and matching demand around the region, making it as effective as possible at carrying as many people as possible. Second mission is providing mobility for people with limited options, whether that's because of physical challenge or lack of resources or lack of interest in driving for whatever reason. But those people, especially who have no true other options, making sure that we're able to bring them to their needs and allow them to live healthy, happy, productive lives. And a lot of what we think about there is how can we understand where are those people living now, where are they trying to travel to, where are they needing to be, and really thinking about especially communities of concern, those people who have the fewest options and often have the kind of quietest voice in a public process in where we have to decide where to prioritize. We need to bring employees to work and bring customers to businesses. And when we think about that, obviously fighting congestion, peak service, those kinds of things really matter for that. But it's also about connections. Where are the key employment areas? Where are the key connections to the rest of the transportation system in the region? And because we're part of the region, because we're trying to make this the best place to live in the country, do our part to do that. Our service and our investments also help shape the region, and so we have to think about where is growth intended and where is growth expected when we think about service. And then if those are our missions, we can think about duties, maybe that's not quite the right word, but things that we have to do while we're doing that. One is be financially responsible. I already talked about limited resources. We have to make sure that we're being very efficient and productive. And the way we focus in on measuring that is how many rides are we getting for each hour of service we put on the street or on the rails. And the higher we can get that ridership, the more effective each dollar is that we put into service. That doesn't mean that we don't pay attention to all the 4 missions, but we think about that within that context. And then service quality and safety. Obviously, when we're providing the service, when we're doing those operations, we have to pay attention to the quality of the service and both the perceived and the actual safety of the operation. You've heard from me about the service enhancement plans. They continue to progress, and we hope by the end of the first quarter of calendar 2016, we will have kind of finished those shared visions. You can see we've completed with the west side and have really started making some significant service improvements. Southwest is just completing, and the north, central, east side, and southeast are not too far behind with either draft visions or refined draft visions out there based on feedback that we've gotten from the public, from our riders, and various stakeholders. And this next one, which I should have talked about where we are here, really just gives a highlight of the kinds of things we did to produce this. Because we wanted them to be shared visions, we spent a lot of time in public outreach and understanding existing plans and existing aspirations for growth, expectations for where people are going to be, where they're going to be working, where they're going to be living, identifying unmet needs today, understanding the data, looking at future growth, and really trying to understand then what does that entail for the system and how can we use the kinds of tools that we have available to create a vision for the future enhancement of service that really serves that. So in making those service planning decisions, the annual service plan, which each year will reflect the expectation of the coming fiscal year, essentially. And we may do those we've traditionally made the bulk of our service improvements in September. As we're ramping up, though, over the course of 10 years, it's really starting to make some sense to have a significant one in September and probably another one in the spring, so that we are able to ramp these things in. And get service on the street as quickly as we can, while still recognizing that we have to buy new buses and hire new staff, hire new operators and hire new mechanics, and make sure that the system works for that service that we're trying to put out. I mentioned those 5 key considerations that you defined earlier this year, and they're shown up here, thinking about demand and how we match supply to demand, thinking about connections, key employment areas, key locations that could be schools or the airport or Union Station or other key areas in the region that really are places that we need to think about over and above just their ridership opportunity. Talked about growth already. Equity, which I'll show some more information about, a lens through which we need to understand all of our decisions and make sure that all of our decisions are well informed by the opportunities and also the potential disparities if we're blind to the needs and the interests of the communities of concern throughout the region. And then productivity, which I already mentioned, of course, making sure that what we're doing is meeting those missions, meeting those needs in a highly cost-effective way. So our annual planning cycle, no matter what you do to try to make this simple, there's a lot involved. And it is annual, and so it's iterative. And so we try to always learn from the previous year when we're creating the next year. But if you start up at the top of the circle and you think about the long-range plan, that is a little bit of the RTP, but it's essentially the service enhancement plans, those future visions for what the service should look like. And we do sort of a iterative process with the budget and the forecast to understand, well, what's possible? What do we need? What do we need? What's possible? How can we make those line up? And it's not just the service. What kinds of buses, how many buses do we need? And Bernie already mentioned, where are we going to store them and where are we going to maintain them? And so that's kind of an iterative process that's happening really now to make sure we understand what the budget forecast looks like and what the possibilities are. And then as we go farther into the year, or into the new year, we're really looking at what kind of service can we put on the street in 10 months and 15 or 16 months, and trying to get input on those early in the new year. So that we can start to make those allocation decisions. Make sure that we have a full opportunity for public involvement and comment, both through a typical kind of public comment period, but also proactively as we begin with the stakeholders and the relationships that we've built through the service enhancement plans to make sure that even as we're just starting to think about service improvements, we've already had some of those conversations. We need to do the Title VI analysis, which is our best understanding of the equity implications of any service that we do. And we've made sure with that as well that we have some proactive understanding as well as a sort of final review of what the proposal ends up being. Board action in April or May of sort of finalizing what that looks like. If we have a substantial increase or a substantial change, that's actually an ordinance. Otherwise, it's at least providing, in context of budget expectations, what we are proposing to do with service changes. And then it takes, from May until September to be able to do our operator sign up, make sure that everything is ready to go, do the rollout, start providing that service. And then by that time, we're already back into the annual cycle, making sure that we're checking in with our stakeholders, looking at how previous years' service improvements have done, and starting to think about what needs to happen for the next year. And I've talked about this a little bit with our 4 missions and our duties, and thinking about the stakeholders throughout the region, and the fact that, if we had our druthers, we would put more service everywhere. We don't have that luxury. That means that, multiple and conflicting goals and many stakeholders mean that we have to balance and find ways to do the best we can to provide the advantages while minimizing disadvantages throughout the region. And so we think about communities of concern, we think about traffic impacts, we think about economic development, we think about environmental benefits of providing the service and getting lots of riders. We think about those long-range visions for what growth, both economic, social growth, look like in an environmental context. And we think about safety in terms of providing that service and getting people to and from the TriMet services. The constituencies here are a little bit of caricatures, but it gives you a flavor. There are some people who are saying, "Hey, well, I'm a big employer. I pay a lot of taxes. I don't get as much service as I expect." There are others who are saying, "Hey, I'm a community of concern. We need more service because of these needs. People really need to get where they're going, and they don't have other options." There are others who are thinking about, hey, over here we've got this great land use. You should provide more transit service to benefit that. Everybody is trying to do the right thing, trying to get additional transit service. It's a great position to be in. Nobody's saying, no, 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 don't give us more transit service. It's a terrible position to be in because we can't provide as much as we'd like. But it's a constant ability to think between how we meet these needs and how we do it in a way that honors those 5 key considerations and meets our missions. So the annual service plan, I talked about kind of timeline and how that works throughout the year. I've shown you this before, but I think it's worth mentioning because there really are sort of different kinds of improvements that we have to make each year. And the first is I've kind of titled as maintaining the system. And that is, with our current system, there are certain trips that just get overloaded. There are too many people trying to get on, the 807 bus on Division, or too many people trying to get on to a bus going to Wilson High School, or whatever it is. We need to think about those capacity places, those places where we're literally over capacity, and put more service in those places. We also need to think about reliability. As traffic congestion grows, our service slows down. Eventually it gets to the point where we're not very predictable anymore, and that hurts our potential to gain additional ridership and can even lose us, our current riders. And so we have to put more hours into a line, even though it doesn't improve the frequency or the number of trips, it improves the reliability of the line, and we have to maintain that up to a certain standard. And there are a number of other schedule and detail kind of tweaks that we can do within that, but we need to do our best to maintain the system each year. And then we can think about sort of optimizing what we've got in generally this is in a relatively cost neutral way. And it says restore up here because over the last few years we were still restoring. We have restored. As of September, we're back above where we were. We're in growth mode, as we know. So less emphasis on restore here, but more on just what else can we do? How are we doing in terms of effectiveness with our current system, and what can we tweak? And then we're really talking about beyond that, what are the enhancements? What are the significant increases that we talk about that are delivering on that shared vision for future service each year? What do we do to either increase spans and frequencies on current lines, even to the point of upgrading an individual line to frequent service? Where are we adding new lines or new segments of lines to create new coverage, and what kinds of levels of service should those be? And where should we be reconfiguring things to better meet demand or make them more effective in meeting the needs of the area? When we think about all those, there are a number of objectives that we need to kind of balance out, and I've mentioned some of these. And I realize now, if you look at these graphics, they almost imply a decision between them. So that's not intended. They're simply things that we need to think about. So service hours and capital needs. We could put more service hours on the street if we did them all in non-peak hours, because we wouldn't need as many buses. That is capital needs. But we would not be doing as good addressing that fighting congestion mission. So there's this balance. How many hours can you put out there? What are the capital requirements to do that? And how can you balance those out each year? Fare box and geographic coverage. If all we were doing was trying to maximize fare box and make productivity as high as possible, we'd have more concentrated service than we do now. That would mean some portions of the region would not be covered at all. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to strike the right balance so that we have some lines that are really more about coverage than anything else. We don't expect really great cost effectiveness. Obviously, we try to make it as cost effective as we can given the area that it's serving, but it's not all about one or the other. Frequency and span of service are another trade-off. Do you do lots and lots of frequency during the peak? Do you think about very late night and very early service? And we're trying to strike the right balance between those. And then sort of service and schedule reliability. I already talked about some of the trade-offs with trying to meet reliability and how we do that. I wanted to give you a glimpse into some of the equity analyses that we do. And again, I talked about this both in terms of being proactive with it and in terms of then reviewing proposals and then ultimately doing a formal Title VI report so that we understand what the potential benefits and potential disparate impacts might be. And so these are some of the kinds of things we consider. This is a simplified graph that shows a color coding of benefits and a list of some of the improvements from one of the service enhancement plan areas. And so I just wanted to give you a sense of the kinds of things we look at. We look at the population of minorities and what percentage or what concentration there is compared to the rest of the region. We look at the population of low income. We look at the population of folks with limited English proficiency. We look at the population of folks who are dealing with disabilities. We look at senior population. We look at youth population, because all of those sort of demographic pieces of information help give a glimpse into what kinds of needs there are. Some of them are things that we're doing because they're the right thing. Some of them are things that we're looking at because our federal government says we should. The poor vehicle access households is those households that either don't have a car or have fewer cars than they have workers typically, so that we can understand that's one measure of need. We look at affordable housing units to make sure that we are providing service to areas where folks who need that affordable housing might be able to get to the jobs and the educational opportunities that they're trying to get to. Low and medium wage jobs, not because we want to get people to low wage jobs, but because those are typically indicative of entry level jobs. So we're trying to make sure that there's good access to that kind of opportunity so that people can start to climb that ladder of opportunity. And then other services as well. And so we pay attention to all of those when we're thinking about equity and trying to balance out the various needs. And then we also look at sort of the numbers and the expectations of productivity and ridership. And so here's another kind of glimpse into the kinds of things we're looking at in terms of trying to understand the likely additional daily ridership and weekly ridership and what kinds of comparisons those are. And again, not to get into the details, but just to show these are the kinds of issues that we look at. We also look at measures, both qualitative and quantitative, that address all of those missions that I talked about so that we can understand what the story is behind the need and then ultimately what we think we're able to accomplish with proposed improvements. So to give you a little flavor of what that looks like for 2016, here are some of the improvements that we're looking at. And really this isn't all of them, but these are examples that span the region. And give you a sense of the kinds of things that we are thinking about. So this runs the full range from line 20, which is an existing and quite productive and quite high ridership bus line that serves all the way from downtown Gresham and Mount Hood Community College across Stark and Burnside into downtown Portland to Northwest, and actually across to Beaverton as well. And we're looking at increased service on that line. Line 87 is a relatively infrequent line right now that runs north-south on 181st and 182nd in the east side, and also along Airport Way, so it's got both access to housing as well as jobs. And then the line 97, Tualatin-Sherwood, is a brand new line on Tualatin-Sherwood Road connecting those two communities, something that TriMet has never done before directly. So the 20 quickly has high productivity, has a high equity score, looks like it's very solidly in the middle in terms of ridership and connections, and relatively easy to do in terms of operations. It's an existing line and that we're able to provide additional service on in the middle of the day in a way that doesn't create a lot of extra demand for a lot of new vehicles. And yet it's at a time when there's clearly demand and clearly there would be benefit from greater frequency for people who are accessing those needs. Line 87, high equity score, a medium connection score. Slower ridership increase because we're creating, or not creating, but we're expanding on a market that we've only partially served in the past. It's been relatively infrequent. It was only a few years ago that we actually connected it all the way through. It used to break at the max line, and that's a way to not fully serve a market. Decent productivity because of that, though incremental, not dramatic, and really serves a growth area. Almost any improvement that we do there will have additional needs in terms of vehicles and other things and access. And so there's a little bit more challenge, but very much looking like it makes real good sense across the overall spectrum of issues. And then line 97, compared to the level of service that we are thinking of putting on there, high ridership, high productivity, a medium equity score because it's really more about access to jobs, and the equity is really focused around who lives on the line. And then there are fewer connections just because of the area that it serves. And it's more challenging because we have to define new bus stops. We have to make sure that the routing makes sense. We're serving a growth area, and so it's a different challenge. But these span the region, illustrate a little bit of the kinds of improvements that we're talking about, and all three of them are right in line with the vision, the shared vision that we've created with help from all of our riders and the public in the service enhancement plans. So just kind of one last item here, going back to the graph that Bernie showed you before, showing the distinction between where we would have been had we not been able to take advantage of the payroll tax increase and had the support of the employers in the region to do so, and finding the right balance for that wedge of additional service over the next 20 years so that we can keep pace with the RTP during the first 10 or so years and then stay relatively close or as close as we can beyond that point. So that's kind of a picture of what we're looking at in terms of service. As I said, there will be a little bit more on, especially on Pell Division, but wanted to flesh out a little bit some of the concepts and issues that Bernie had been talking about. It's a really exciting time. It's been quite a while since we've been able to, as an agency, talk about a 10-year consistent growth in service and be able to talk about needs in a way with some confidence to be able to say, yeah, you know, there's a lot of competing needs. We can't do everything, but we're going to be able to do something for the communities each year. And as hard as that is to balance out what it is, it's a great opportunity to actually be able to bring some of those services each and every year.
Questions? Thoughts?
I do have a question, just for my information, looking at your screen with the equity analysis, the source of the information about the population at each line, what's the source of that? Is that census information?
Yeah, there's good information both from the general census as well as from the American Community Survey, which is done by the Census Bureau, but it doesn't have the 10-year lag. So they're doing kind of a running series. Every year they do a small update, and when you combine 4 or 5 years of that, then you can get a pretty good picture of all of the census areas.
I have one more thing, which may be a little bit too in the weeds, but I'm going to mention this to you while I have an opportunity, which is there are going to be changes coming in the world of employment for people with disabilities. There was a lawsuit recently settled that's going to close many sheltered workshops and try and make an effort to integrate disabled people into mainstream work with sufficient support. And I just wanted to alert you to that. I think that could have an impact on transit services, and I think it would be good to keep an eye on that.
That's a great heads up. I feel like we have a pretty good infrastructure for supporting that, especially with some of our partners like Ride Connection, to be able to do travel training and things, and the fact that, you know, our whole system is accessible in terms of if you're using a mobility device and whatnot. But there's always more we can learn.
Right, I know there's a lot of close work among the different agencies, brokerage and so on, in serving people with disability, but again, this is going to change some travel patterns, I think.
Great.
So what I hear you say is there going to be more disbursement of people throughout the region, probably, as a result. Yeah,
To some degree.
yeah,
Right.
Interesting.
Years ago, when we did our initial plan for disabled community users of the system, what we noticed was the LIFT program, a lot of those trips were to sheltered workshops. I think it was they were the single biggest destination. This was a long time ago now. And a lot of those sheltered workshops were not in very transit supportive locations.
Right.
So one of the upsides of changing that dynamic may be that the employment centers will be better located
point.
for service by the main fixed route system.
Right, good point, yeah. Again, they're not going to go away, but I think the population going to sheltered workshops is going to decrease.
Yeah.
Travis?
Alan, as the Director of Policy, I'm a little bit taken back that you haven't mentioned anything about policy that's going to govern all of this. You talk about striking the right balance, the additional service hours. Bernie's talked a lot about the increase of getting up, but nothing about policy. And I'm very, very, very interested in what policy is going to be. And I believe that sooner than later, we need to take a look at what policy is now, how it needs to change, if it needs to, so that it can address what happens in 2035 and the years going ahead. For instance, how are we going to strike the right balance between the geographic as well as the fare box? What's going to govern that? Is that going to be in 2020, three folk get together in the room who, you know, for lack of anyone else who does not have any feelings or dealt any with low income or with transit dependent riders, and just based solely on the ability of them being able to get to and from, and say this is how it's going to govern. I think before we get to those types of scenarios, we need to take a look at what policy is. So I'll be very interested in the very next time, and not the next retreat, but prior to that, not 30 days prior, but quicker. I'm trying to get the urgency in this about that we begin to look at what are those policies that you have currently, and then what we might need to, as a board, begin to start looking at to help bring about the right perspectives about this. This is not in this detail, but it's something I have, mentioned just a little bit, had a little discussion with our general manager about having to look at policy and the need of doing that now, particularly because we're not, so constrained now that we're not building another line. We don't have, another light rail project that's going to keep us way up there. We're going to deal with some ordinary day-by-day things now. So I'll be looking forward to having some of that very soon.
Great. I didn't use the term, but the 5 key considerations which the board adopted, it sets the framework for that, and is a policy guiding document in the sense that it picked out, we could have had 20 or 30 different key considerations, and this picks out 5 truly key ones that we need to focus in on. So what I think I'm hearing from you is we need to come back to you and the rest of the board relatively soon to talk about, well, how do we take that how do we start thinking about taking that the next step?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
And when we start seeing the budget, you will have a little more clarity around where you think we ought to be putting these investments in service, and we can talk about how they meet the criteria or policies that we
Absolutely.
have. Okay.
Yeah, each one will have its own story.
Yeah, and I agree with you. It's nice to be able to be talking about service increases and enhancements around the region. It's a lot better than cutting service.
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you for that. Do you have anything else you wanted to add? All right. Thank you.
Good.
How are we doing? Keep moving on here. All right, so I think, Bernie, it was you to talk a little bit about kind of just I guess I would call it almost the major projects 101 and kind of.
We talked about sort of the big context for all of these efforts. We talked about sort of the number of hours part of the equation, the RTP piece, which is what Alan just discussed. And now we'll turn to the other mission that the region looks to TriMet to fulfill, which is the corridors piece. And with me is Dave Unsworth. And I think in order to get sort of back on schedule, we're gonna zip through this fairly quickly. So if we go too fast and we skip over something that you want to spend a little more time on, just let us know.
Zip away.
Yeah.
Board
Okay.
President, board members. On your agenda, it really, one of the first things it talks about is the past projects perspective on PAL division. And although you had a briefing in October, a full briefing on Southwest Corridor and PAL division, don't want to go through that, but if there are any questions that come up, we have another PowerPoint that we go through. For a matter of time, we haven't done that. But I think as a team, we've learned from every project that we built. So you go back to the yellow line, the green line, the red line, the blue line. Each one of those have helped us be more aware of issues that the community is concerned about. In some cases, it's being green. So we won the APTA's a gold standard for having the best green project in the United States. We now understand a lot more about connecting with bike and pedestrians. I think we did that very well on this project. We're hearing more that equity, and we've always been thinking about equity, but as we look at PAL division, we're hearing that more and more and working with our partners in those locations. Also hearing that congestion question and trying to make sure park and rides are adequately sized as we look forward. So as we always do, we take lessons learned from our last projects, and that team gets educated during that process and brings it forward. So I think that perspective is always good. Today, what I'm really going to talk about is some of the challenges, and I will tell you that your PowerPoint that you may see has changed slightly. It's been a little bit revised, and it's a little bit, hopefully, sharper, cleaner, and less slides. Less slides, most importantly. So I think part of this is reminding you, and I think we hit a lot of this earlier today, the capital investment program. New Starts is the larger project. So all of our light rail projects have gone through that process. It changes every time we do it, and it gets easier or harder depending on who's writing the regulations. And the small starts is really bus rapid transit, so out PAL division. It is that discretionary pot of money. It is a very competitive program. We are pretty good at that, but that doesn't mean that our last success means that we're going to get it in the future. But that process also helps us weed out and actually makes a better project from us as we look through this. So what is small starts? It's really used for streetcar, could be used for light rail, but rarely has it been used for light rail. Bus rapid transit. Actually, streetcar, this was the first place in the nation that had a streetcar project. Smaller projects has a total cost of less than $250 million and $75 million in small starts funding. If you go above $150 million, all of it's local. So there's not a lot of incentive to make something more than $150 million because it's all local money and it has federal requirements that make things more expensive. Is generally supposed to be faster and easier, and I think that's true. I think FTA has really tried to make it easier for us. What is a new start? Well, that's really for us, light rail project. You can do bus rapid transit or streetcar. Larger projects, over $250 million, and really it matches 50%. So if it is $600 million, they'll give you $300 million if you're successful in going through it. A lot longer process, significantly more oversight, generally more complex. More money, more complexity, you would expect that to happen. Lots of different BRT, so bus rapid transit. What we're really looking here on the left side is the corridor-based BRT. That really is defined what we're doing in PAL division. You see all the same characteristics there, but it generally can operate in mixed traffic. Fixed guideway BRT, or as Alan said, Southwest Corridor, we're looking at both a busway, which means we're paving a way for buses, or light rail. And that decision is expected to be made in February of this year by the steering committee. And that will come back to you for your validation. The evidence will be there, and we'll walk through that.
So just before we leave that, We use BRT sort of interchangeably when we talk about PAL Division and Southwest Corridor. But when we say that, we're really talking about two different types of BRT. PAL Division is the corridor-based BRT, operates some in mixed traffic and some in priority zones, has signal priority and that kind of thing. When we talk about Southwest Corridor BRT, we're really talking about a much bigger scale BRT where it has its own fixed guideway. So it looks and feels a lot more like light rail, and it costs a lot more like light rail. So there's a distinction there that sometimes gets lost, just to make that clear.
Many different flavors of bus rapid transit, exactly, and you can, many different cities try different station spacing, so there are a lot of issues with PAL Division. Most of the questions for PAL Division have been answered. There's probably a handful of decisions that need to be answered in this next couple months. Where the stations, how do the stations work, where is the crossover between Division and PAL, and how do you get to Mount Hood Community College? Generally, our BRT with Southwest Corridor would go all the way from downtown Portland to PCC, Tigard, and Tualatin. And because you had that briefing again, I've got other slides if you really want to get into it. Each one of these, there are rules, as you can expect, and you need to be able to address these criteria. Mobility, environmental benefits. Generally, environmental benefits are really how many cars are you moving off the road. Mobility is how many link trips do you have. Congestion relief, again, is one of those. Are you putting a lot of people on the bus under reducing VMT? Economic development is really about, do you have your land use policies in place? Are you going to see a change with things that occur with it? The land use, strangely enough, it is about stations, but it is also about affordable housing. So you get more points if there is legally defined and restricted or affordable housing in your station areas. And the cost effectiveness is really how much does each trip cost, both capital and operating. And then the local financial commitment is, are you overextended? Do you have the wherewithal to make the operations? Are you going to cut other things? What's your bonding ratio? And that gets reviewed by what we call a financial management oversight consultant. So lots of people looking over our shoulder. That it is a really heavy, make sure you're really prepared. They don't want anybody to fail, and with that comes a lot of oversight. So where are we here? This is Southwest, this is PAL Division. Where's that one? So this is right where we are right now. So in May of this year, we asked for permission to get into project development. We got in, I think, on October 8th. So during this period through here, we are really looking at really understanding the scope, making sure that we get it adopted into the long-range plan, and we need to make sure that by the time we're getting into here that we have all of our local dollars committed. So that's the most important thing. And then you get rated as you're going into here. So what does a rating mean? We'll talk about that in a second. But this is a mother. May I go into project development? Do I have all the money ready to do the work that's in here, and do I have the wherewithal to do it? Have we answered some very early questions? So we've passed that process for small starts. We're in this process right now, ready to move forward over the next 2 years in order to get a grant agreement, which is really the contract that we seek with our federal partners. So what are the new start justifications? These are very, very similar, but just in more detail. The difference between new starts and small starts, in some cases, you can actually use warrants for small starts. So if you have enough ridership, that kind of, yep. For your financial commitment, if your operating costs are a small portion of your overall budget, they're going to let you move through. For the new starts, they're going to run you through a much more prescriptive process and look at a lot of different factors. And I don't want, for the shortage of time, I'm not going to go through each one of these, but it is part of that competition to answer this. We are really doing a full effort of understanding congestion, economic development, operating efficiencies as we move forward. So for Southwest Corridor, we are not yet into project development. We are over here in something that we would call alternatives analysis. This Mother May I Step says, do you have enough money to fund all of the engineering, planning, and work that needs to be done in the project development? Here, you need 30% of your non-local, your non-federal share of money. And then by the time you get to here, you need 100% of your non-federal share. So those are the steps. And you'll see, and I think you saw it earlier, that Bernie showed a kind of where are we in that time frame. Again, this is a, can I move into it? Do I have everything to get into it? And this is really that rating. All the criteria you saw before, we get to do this a couple different times. And if we're not ready, we're not ripe, we don't move forward. FTA is now getting in more, let me get out of the weeds a little bit, but there are also, you have 2 years to get through this process. So they really want to move you through this in a faster way. Yes, sir.
Actually, going back one more slide. So the project justification, particularly under new starts, where they're getting more detailed, do we go back once the project is completed and compare actual performance to what we thought it would be?
Yes. So it would be a good thing for you. One of the requirements for new starts is at every one of those Mother May I steps, we actually archive all the information we use, the travel demand forecasting models, our capital cost, and we do what's called a before and after study. They want you to learn lessons. So really 2 years after you open, we're actually starting to do surveys now of what buses, who changed from what route, is it faster? And we'll go through that process, and that actually gets reported to Congress. Okay. We've just completed that for the streetcar project that was done over here. What lessons could we learn? What things went right? What things went wrong? The idea is you keep improving on the process that you had, and you can change things as you move forward. So I think it's actually a really good process.
Well, and then I'm assuming that the feds are also keeping track of who's performing as good as or better, as opposed to projects that don't quite meet the promise.
I think that's right. I think all actions have an opposite and equal reaction. I think the reason why FT wants us to go through this work is they want us to make sure that, as this is the largest discretionary pot of money, that we don't have projects that go way over budget or way underperform. So they're asking us to put some science to this and then track it. I think we're the A student here, so when we're going to a conference or we're talking about this, people are really asking how you do this and how do you get through this. So we're smart about this. We understand the rules. It's a take-home exam. It's not something that's going to be surprised on you, so you should have the right chance to get it right. Now, there are some things that, as they change the rules, for Southwest Corridor, there's not a lot of legally restricted affordable housing along those stations. We may look at affordable housing as we move forward, but those are things that may be difficult for us to do well at. And as we've looked at our cost effectiveness so far now, so we don't want to get too far down the road and pick something that's not cost effective. We're doing the test now to make sure that we are passing muster here. What do we mean by approval? So this is really, this is actually going through, they're having a number of people look at it, review it, and make sure they're actually having consultants look at that. The key for us for a project like Southwest Corridor is that we really need to be medium, high, or more to move forward and be successful in securing these dollars. Again, it is a very competitive process.
This says, that chart says medium, which is the minimum rating for a new start to be approved. But at the level of federal resource that we expect we would need for Southwest Corridor, we would need to be a notch above that. So we'd need to be at least medium high or high in order to get the level of funding. That's based on what other projects around the country have been able to secure.
Right. This kind of gives you a more of the weeds, if you will, so I'll be very quick on this. So really, it's the financial commitment is really half of the score, and these other justifications is the other half. So where are you right now? What's your condition right now? How old are your bus fleet? What's your commitment of operating and capital funds? Are you overcommitted or not? What's the reliability of those? All come into this commitment, along with these justifications that turn up the overall rating. And again, we'll do that test. We've got work to do. Again, for Southwest Corridor, we're at this early stage here at alternatives analysis. Then we go into project development, engineering, and construction. This is when we sign the contract. But each of these steps can probably take 2 years. So if today's 2015, we're not looking for a full funding grant agreement probably to the year 2020. Mid-year, the opening day for Southwest Corridor is scheduled for September 12th, 2025. So we'll see how well we do on that schedule. Lots of things can go wrong. Alternatives analysis where we are now, we're really trying to make sure we understand the problem. We've done that. We've defined the corridor. We have lots of solution. We've really involved the public, got design work. And the next step really is this general mode and alignment, which will be done and will be proposed. We'll go to the steering committee that Neil sits on in February of this year. And then we'll start the NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act document work. Prerequisites of getting into a full funding grant agreement. We have a picture of us with a box of documents that are about 5 or 6 feet high. So there is a lot of work that goes into this, but it's making sure we can tell them how we're going to do the project, and that helps because we've done so many of these. A fleet management plan of how are we replacing buses, our capacity of financial, very important, making sure that we're doing safety, and that we've taken care of third-party agreements. So do we know what the railroads are asking? Do we know what the cities are asking? Have we entered into intergovernmental agreements to address those things? So many, many requirements come out of that. Full funding grant agreement, we've just signed one of those in 2012. We're still getting money back from our federal partners. It's the budget, the schedule, the environmental, so it's really what are you doing? What's the scope of the project? How quickly are you going to get federal dollars? And it really says that we're going to deliver this project on time. So if we sign this contract, we're not getting other dollars from FTA, and allows us to move forward. It really is the contract that we hope to move forward with quickly.
It's our commitment that we'll deliver the project and their commitment that they'll pay for it.
Right. A couple issues here. So some of the challenges, so the number of projects in the pipeline are still going up. The funding, depending on which year, is not completely stagnant, but there's, that's a challenge, clearly. Right now, there are 67 projects in the new starts, in actually the new and small start project. Most of those being bus rapid transit. You see some heavy rail, some commuter rail, streetcar, and light rail. Of those small starts, so this is the small starts, 21 of those are less than 100 million. Another 21 are between 100 to 250. This is probably where PAL division will be. And then you look at these others. Most of the light rail lines are, as you see, over $1 billion. So that's what's happening with these projects around the country. It's not just here. This shows a sampling of projects over here, their total project, their new starts, that's 5309. That's the shorthand for that is new starts, small starts, and the percentage share. See down here that Portland, Milwaukee was a generally rounded up to $1.5 billion project. We got $745 million, and we have 50%. So as this request goes up, you get the higher, the harder it is to get that 50% share unless you have a project that is medium-high rated. So this medium-high rating is really important. So we need to be paying attention to those criteria in order to get to request more money and to get a higher percentage share. So I think that's the key. I think, for Portland, Milwaukee, we were able to meet that medium-high rating. We hope to be able to do that in the future. I think that's one of the keys that we need to do. And then this is something that you saw before. So that's project PAL division, LPA, project development, 30% local dollars. That's in 2017. And then the 100% funding for the capital project for PAL Division is also in 2017, so that's coming right on its heels. Next biggest ask for Southwest Corridor is an LPA decision happening in March, and then development funding. So how much do we need to actually get through project development? There's the 30% local match and 100% local match. So it's daunting. These projects, as you've heard before, are complex. We have a good team that's been able to pull these off before. And I think we've learned, and we continue to learn a lot of lessons from our past projects that we will apply to our future projects. So hopefully I've got you back on schedule. And as I said before, if there are any questions about PAL Division or Southwest Corridor, we have a couple other slides that, if you want to, we can delve into that and pull those up. Because you had a briefing in October, thought we wouldn't go into that level of detail at this point, but again, here to answer questions, and if there are questions about how we fund these, our federal process, be more than willing to help answer.
Anything from the board?
Okay.
I think we've been well briefed on this. I think the important thing for anybody watching this to take away is that TriMet's service delivery and meeting the future goals and aspirations of the region needs a whole bunch of different types of tools in terms of transit. The large transit projects, the light rail, maybe BRT in our future, they carry passengers more economically than our buses do. In other words, a cost per rider, mainly because we can put more people in these vehicles with a single operator. So that's, I think, the major cost savings. So there's in these high demand corridors, this is a very viable piece of our system. And I think some people look at some of these and say, if we could just use these monies on highway projects to solve congestion. And I guess I would say to you that they are part of the solution, and frankly, you can't utilize the monies that you've been talking about for these projects for highway projects. And I think there's a lot of misinformation and frankly comments made that if we just made a decision we could use these monies for something else, and that's not true. Somebody else in the United States will get those monies, as you pointed out, and they won't come to us. But I think we should be pursuing these projects. They're important projects. They're part of the system. But understanding, I think as Dr. Bethel said, that clearly our bus fleet and our service on the ground with the bus fleet is the backbone of our system and always will be. And I'm glad that we're able to spend some more priorities on it and service enhancement and just that general part of our fleet that we use to get people around. But I think, again, getting these decisions made moving forward is good. And the only question I've had when I look at that schedule is, how do we deal with the ballot measures that were passed in Tigard and King City, I guess, is that right? The two there, and are those the separate ones you're talking about on that? Or?
Well, I don't think there's a definitive answer on that question. There were ballot measures passed in both Tualatin and Tigard. They're slightly different in terms of their language and implications. Whether you would need to have, or what kind of action you would need to have at the local level, depends partly on what the alignment and mode choice are. So in some cases, there wouldn't be any need for additional local votes if it were a BRT in a certain place. Part of the answer will be, as we go through the process of defining the project and picking the terminus and the alignment, those issues will become clearer. Ultimately, I think Congressman Blumenauer is right. You don't build the project unless the local community is prepared to participate and welcome it. And so those issues, that dynamic has to be addressed at some point. And as we go forward through the mode and alignment and terminus choices, the timing on that will become clear.
Okay.
Mr. Board President, members of the board, I just wanted to make a couple observations about both of these projects that we're now beginning to really see the decisions begin to form. And there's a lot of trade-offs that the community and all of our stakeholders and ultimately those around this table will need to weigh in on as we do that. An example is Powell Division. And to what extent do the buses rely on some level of ITS signal priority? And what does that do for travel time versus some different solutions that at various points along the corridor may pull the bus out of congestion at very key points? An example of that trade-off would be hitting westbound in the morning along Powell. There are some mornings that the traffic is backed up to 50th. So how do we pull the bus out of those queues of traffic to allow an expedited travel time will be really key kinds of decisions and have really big dollars associated with how we choose to answer some of those queries. That will be balanced with the desire, as the congressman noted, for example, to improve the Gresham Transit Center or improve streetscape and livability kinds of amenities along the corridor. And so those, at some point in time, within a fixed budget, become pretty big pressures that then need to be reconciled as we develop those plans. And we have not really gotten to those really hard trade-offs yet in terms of thinking about the corridor. So, there'll be a process, there'll be a lot of community involvement, there'll be a lot of decision by a lot of parties involved in actually getting that trade-off. But just to note that, there's a lot of work necessary to do to advance this Powell Division. And when we're beginning to talk about the Southwest Corridor, this trade-off between bus rapid transit and light rail is beginning to have some very familiar arguments come forward. And one of the things we did was to look at the travel forecasts for the future, like 2035, and what would that require in terms of bus frequency. And the first number that Metro came up with, this has since been adjusted downward, was a bus about every 2.3 minutes. Well, then we started coming to an operational evaluation that you can't preempt a signal every 2.3 minutes in each direction, which means essentially every minute there's a signal preempt. Well, that doesn't work. So it begins to either change dramatically the alternative or it begins to reduce the ultimate carrying capacity. And then add to that some of the issues about the number of buses downtown and where do they lay over and other issues. You begin to see a more complicated picture than just a pure trade-off between modes. An example, Southwest Corridor would likely serve the Transit Mall. At the end of the Transit Mall, we would need a place for schedule reliability to have a bit of a layover. That's also core to some of the city's new redevelopment projects around the post office site, and so where do you find the space to do that? So there are real sort of threshold questions that need to be answered on each of these studies. And it'll be coming up, frankly, very closely, very, very near term in the next really 6 months. All of these questions need to be wrestled with, and all of our stakeholders need to come to a resolution of that. I'd also know a very familiar conversation was how many transit vehicles can we jam through the transit mall or into downtown Portland without completely degrading the quality of life around those streets. So that's the other issue that comes into play. And again, with light rail, it has the advantage that it can be interlined with, for example, the Green Line to Southwest Corridor, so you can actually begin to serve the two corridors with no increase in vehicles. And that would not be the case, at least initially, with a bus rapid transit line. So there are a lot of trade-offs that I think will be controversial, will be coming to us pretty quickly. And I just wanted to outline some of those sort of key. I'm sure Dave could do a much better job of that, but some of the key trade-offs that will be really very part of a very robust community conversation as we get into the next few months.
I have a question for the board members. How many of you have been on Eugene's bus rapid transit system? If we get down to the point where we're actually starting to talk about the decision-making and the preferred alternative, it might be advisable to maybe have a little tour by the board down to Eugene, since that's a system that both has a fixed guideway piece of it, and then a portion of it operates in mixed traffic, and it gives you a pretty good idea how the system might work in either one of those opportunities. And it's good to see what other people have done too. Okay. All right. So let's look. With that, thank you very much, you guys. Really appreciate it. So we are ahead a little bit. Are our TIAC folks here? All right, good. It is good. I like that.
We meet again later this month, right?
Just a second.
Do we meet again later this month?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, we don't have another. Yes. Yep. Yes. This issue, and I don't know whether you know all of us, but we can introduce ourselves for you too in a minute. I just want to say, since it was formed 2.5 years ago, the Transportation Equity Advisory Committee has solidified its important role to provide guidance to TriMet on key issues and decisions, including things like service improvements, outreach strategies, Title VI compliance, and more. And TIAC is an example to those outside the agency, both regionally and I think nationally, as transit providers and other public organizations are grappling with how they can become more equitable and inclusive. The membership is going through a bit of a transition phase as a new leader in Roberta Hunt. Is that you? No. She's out here, okay. And Judy Martin, which we do have here. And we've identified several other candidates to replace members who finished their terms, and we'll count on your advice and counsel on that too. So what we have here is an opportunity for the board to have an overview from the committee about some of their current work and focus. And we'd love to have an open dialogue with you folks after you tell us what you're up to. So why don't we go quickly through for us, introduce ourselves again.
My name is Lori Bauman. I'm a new member of the board as of this year.
Travis Stovall, representing District 6, Outer East County.
Bruce Warner, president of the TriMet board in Beaverton and west into Washington, most of Washington County.
T. Allen Bethel, vice chair, Northeast Portland, liaison to TIAC.
Craig Prosser, board member. And Travis and I had the opportunity to meet with TIAC a couple months ago.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good discussion about ways that TriMet can be more proactive in terms of addressing some of the racial disparities in our community. So hopefully we can also touch on that.
Yeah. So maybe you folks can introduce yourselves for us, since I know Andre a bit, but I don't know you, and I can't remember your name, but I know you. I do a lot. So.
Well, let's start with Andre.
Andre Paw, and I represent, I guess I'm the chair of the Plains Sustainability Commission for the City of Portland also.
I'm Judy Martin, and I originally came through my work with John L. Bell. I was the Hispanic Services Coordinator at Clackamas County's Health, Housing, and Human Services. I am now the District Ombudsman for Portland Public Schools and the co-chair for TIAC. And most of my career has been working with underserved populations and immigrants, and helping people find their voice. So.
Nicole Phillips, on the leadership committee for Bus Riders Unite.
That's right. That's
Right.
it. Okay.
And I also do research and advisory with them, and I'm their representative on TIAC.
Good, good. Well, the floor is yours, and I don't know who wants to start, but
Well, so we are so excited to be here, and we really appreciate the opportunity and that you had us come. Thank you. And we are very excited about the direction that TIAC is going as well. We have many old members who've been there from the inception pretty much of the committee and just watched it form and helped guide where we were going. And now we have a lot of new members who brought a lot of new energy. And it's great to see the membership of this committee, because I think that they have a really big voice in our community. And I know we do a lot of, or TriMet does a lot of work out in the community, and yet sometimes I think it's hit or miss with whether you're getting a really good perspective. And we're trying to really make sure that the members of the committee are really deep into the communities that they're in, and that they understand broadly the issues that are happening there, so that if you need some good input, that you're getting a really good perspective from your committee. And we're excited to work with you on the kinds of issues that are important to TriMet and how to make sure that the underserved population is accounted for. And I just wanted to make sure that we left with three major things, which is just that you see our faces, that you know who we are, and that we get to see you and know who you are. We feel that relationships are very, very important in any kind of working together. And then what has come up for us in this last year that are the two most pressing issues that we would really like to be able to assist in a meaningful way is the e-fare and fare enforcement. Those are two hard-hitting issues for us. So we're going to take a little bit of time to talk about each of those. And so Andre is going to start by talking about e-fare.
Thank you. Again, Andre Baugh, and I'm one of the original members of the TIAC that John L. recruited. E-fare for us was presented as a system that was going to benefit TriMet financially and operationally from an efficiency standpoint. And secondary to that was going to be kind of the ridership and the low-income issues as benefit. And our look at this is to try to get those benefits to get a better balance between the financial and the operations for TriMet and the ridership. And how can we bring some of those benefits and identify some of those benefits for the ridership and the low-income populations and minority and disabled and senior citizens, get those benefits for them and do it in a timely way relative to your project schedule, because your project schedule is moving along. And what we want to make sure that we have those identified those benefits, but as Judy said, get really that input, because this is a significant change for a large population, and part of that change is making sure that we educate them to the change and then get their input back how it impacts them. And that's got to be done in a very critical and short time frame, and education takes a little longer so that you get good input back, and we're trying to get that done, because we don't want to, there's good cases where this is moved through in other jurisdictions, other agencies, and then the education came and populations decided this isn't a good deal, and agencies have had to come back after decisions are made and kind of shoehorn in, and we'd like to do it right the first time. Good. Nicole is now going to talk about fare enforcement.
Okay. So as already been mentioned, Director Prosser and Director Stovall spoke with us. It's in light of events in Charleston. The board was looking to maybe do kind of a symbolic show of solidarity. We discussed some things, our perspective on how TriMet, handles things in terms of equity and racial equity and economic equity too. And one of the things that came up is that there are some systemic issues, especially with fare enforcement. people of color are more likely to be ticketed, not just for fares, or not having fares, but for things like loitering when waiting for a friend at a MAX stop. And that even includes harsher penalties. I think you guys are probably familiar with interfering with public transit. African Americans account for something like 30 to 40% of those charges, and they can lead to jail time. And if you need to, of course, Research and Advisory has the numbers if you'd like to see those. What we would like to see on TIAC, we want to work with the board in correcting, I don't say fixing, but correcting and addressing the systemic issues, because we want to make sure that access to the system remains equitable, and that no one community is overburdened by fare enforcement. And yes, we also want to make sure that TriMet still receives, a fair shake in all of this. So, yeah.
I have some questions on that.
Well, so we are, as a committee, asking ourselves questions, and we want to leave these same questions with you. Just in broader terms, how can we best inform the board? In the past, we've done things like have a collective thought and put it into a letter and give it to the board as a recommendation. We don't know if that's the best way, if that's the way that you want it, but so we ask ourselves that. What's the best way to inform you? What kind of deliverables do you want? And again, I want to stress that this committee is just really strong in their communities, and we feel like there's a lot that we could deliver. And so what kinds of things, if you can be thinking, what do we need from this group? And we would like to be able to provide that to you. And what is most helpful to help you make equitable decisions and be more informed about transit dependent and other riders. So.
Good questions. Good questions. So you want to start that dialogue? Were you done?
No, those are things we're thinking of in the long term. We want you to think of that as well. Okay. And as time progresses, when you think of a specific issue, what do we need from TIAC? How would we like to see that?
Good question. Somebody want to start in a dialogue? Sure. I can
certainly start. Thank you guys for coming. Greatly, greatly appreciate it, and thank you for allowing Director Prosser and myself to take part of that TIAC meeting and voice some of our thoughts and ideas. To answer partially the question that you just phrased and how best to work with us, me personally, I see the TIAC committee as a committee that actually the conversation, communication, dialogue goes both ways. I see the TIAC as a group that has that ability and opportunity to bring key issues similar to what Nicole just referenced, and I'm sure the rest of the TIAC is probably dialoguing about in regards to fare enforcement. So as I hear that, some of the things that come to mind is, it's something that we've talked about and discussed in the broader sense, but I think TIAC is a great committee to begin to develop some type of recommendation, comment, or not really direction, but some insight for the greater board and for this board to be able to talk about it and dialogue about it in a deeper sense. So I see it really being this relationship where thus the board, as in our case with Dr. Prosser and I, the board came to TIAC and says, hey, we've got something that we'd like you guys to kind of look at and work on. And I think TIAC would also come and bring us ideas and thoughts and some of the things that TIAC is hearing that are challenges, and it gives us an ability to have some insight to what's going on with the transit equity and the stakeholders, our riders, and that broad group of individuals that then we can look at. And I think the representation on TIAC is quite broad, so that's really beneficial. I do want to touch a little bit more on. I've got a question and. Andre, this was kind of something you touched on in regards to the e-fare, and I think your comment was the e-fare was originally presented as, these benefits to TriMet as an organization, and partly my perspective is, and this is where I could use some feedback. This is where TIAC can actually give us some feedback even right now in real time. Part of my perspective is, and the way I look at it is, that TriMet as an organization is here for the benefit of our stakeholders and our riders in this community, in this region. And so when I hear a reference to, well, it's going to make TriMet more efficient, make TriMet, more effective, and all of these things, I hear everything that we do from that perspective is done to benefit the rider. And if we can lower our cost, if we can lower the amount of time that we have to put in ticket vending machines and collecting those dollars and all of those things, those are dollars that now we can repurpose to putting service on the street. I mean, so in my opinion, and Neil can correct me if I'm wrong at some point, he could kick me under the table, it'd be a long kick, but you could try it. But I don't really see it as mutually exclusive. I don't see it as this directly benefits TriMet, because I think the things that we do, and as a board, the things that we look at, the things that we are purposefully working on to ensure that we increase our efficiency is really focused on, if we increase our efficiency, lower our cost, we put more service on the street. We put more service on the street, we benefit our stakeholders, we benefit our riders. And so specifically on this e-fare conversation, and I know at the last board meeting there was we had a lot of discussion about e-fare and some of the implementation of some of the more hardware software stuff that then begins to set some things in motion. But really, I think from a TIAC perspective, from a board perspective, I think we've really got to work together, as you referenced, on ensuring that we keep an open ear to that, but keeping a similar perspective. And I think that's really the core concept of this, is that there could be an assumption made that if we're working towards efficiency on the TriMet side, it's because we're wanting to put more service on the street, wanting to take care of the riders and the stakeholders and the folks that really depend on this incredible transit agency to get them where they need to be, both from a perspective of work, play, recreation, getting to the grocery store, and all those needs is what, I see it as.
I don't think there's any disagreement on TIAC about that the financials and the efficiency translate to a benefit that now can be applied to the ridership.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any. What we didn't hear is, what does that mean? So you're going to save money, you're going to have more efficiency, around the buses, you can better allocate them to where the need is. But as a rider, as a low-income rider, disabled rider, does that mean for my route that I'm going to get more buses, or they're going to come more frequent, or is the cost going to stay lower longer? We didn't hear any of that. We just heard, you're going to save money. Well, that's great, but as a rider, I don't know if that's going to mean, there's a real benefit. It's a benefit for the system, and I don't think we're disagreeing with that. But is that a benefit? Is that translating to a benefit for the ridership, especially in some of the areas that have ridership transit deficiencies in East Portland? Mm-hmm. Does that mean more buses down there? Better? We didn't hear that, and that when I say it's secondary, we heard the priority up here, but not that translation. And all I think what we're trying to say is, if you have some savings, if you have some efficiencies, here's where you may be wanting to spend some of that money in the implementation and the benefit for the ridership. And so we're trying to identify those benefits on the ridership side for the system. And so I think we are in agreement as we move forward. It's just we're trying to put a point on that benefit.
And if I could just respond quickly to that, I think what you just identified, I think, is more so in the communication. Mm-hmm. I think because ultimately we can't achieve our service enhancement plans without, there's various buckets that the dollars go into, and we can't achieve our service enhancement plans across the region, putting more service on the street, that includes both on the capital side and the operational side. We can't achieve that unless we achieve certain savings in the key areas that we're focusing on those savings. Now, in the beginning, some of those savings aren't going to exist. Because, we've got the capital outlay initially, and then, over time, we've got the ability to experience more savings as the return on investment of that new asset is put into place. And so I think you're right. I think you're spot on in the sense that we talk about and reference the efficiency and the financial savings for TriMet. But yet, it's not. Sometimes we may or may not made the direct correlation and connection to how do those savings in the long term, and in the medium term, benefit the ridership, because it does. That's and I see a lot of financial information. I sit on the Finance and Audit Committee here at TriMet, and there is a link that says if we don't achieve these savings, we can't put that more savings on the street. We can't do the things that we want to do as far as the fare capping. I mean, that's a direct benefit to a low income rider with fare capping, which right now there are no fare caps. So we can achieve those things and assist in the low income rider by having those fare caps. So there are significant benefits, and I think direct benefits that we can highlight. And I think what you've outlined and identified is something that's very specific that we can do a better job at. If you haven't heard it, we haven't presented it exactly what Bruce was just saying over here. Yeah, I can certainly see where it's a great comment.
And it's not only the long term, I think people understand the long term, but it's also through the implementation. How do we make sure that it doesn't either directly or unintended consequences for the ridership on some of, in terms of the populations that we represent. So some of those things are some good lessons learned in other jurisdictions that we ought to look at and timely get back to you and say, here's some things that these populations have seen in other populations. We think there's similar lessons learned here, and can we take those into account? So I agree with you. I think it's just, maybe it's better articulation, but at the end of the day, a lot of the constituencies we look at, it's not a matter of whether 10 years down the road we're going to get a new bus. It's tomorrow, is that bus going to come in 45 minutes or is it going to come in 20 minutes? And that's a decision whether or not I can get to work on time or get to my doctor's appointment on time. And that's the, I guess, the dollar ends up in your bucket, but does that mean 45 minutes or 20 minutes tomorrow? And that's what we're trying to get to.
Following on this conversation, things you do to make the system more efficient, like e-fare hopefully will, to say that will have a one-for-one impact on service for specific routes or specific populations, that's a really hard argument to make. It's true, that anything we can do to be more efficient, to be more financially responsible, yes, that makes more money available. And but as I say, to try to look for that one-on-one, one-for-one exchange, that is so very difficult. One thing about the e-fare system that I am really interested in, and that I'm really looking forward to, though, that would have a one-to-one benefit for lower income customers, is those customers who now cannot take advantage of cost savings through monthly passes or weekly passes, those kinds of instruments, because they cannot afford, X amount of dollars at the first of each month. Because we're looking at a system that has fare capping, so as they use their system and they buy, if it's a single ticket each time on their system, once they reach the equivalent of that monthly pass, the remaining trips that month are at no charge. So there is a direct one-to-one benefit there, and I hope that doesn't get lost. So that's...
No, I think those are the type of things that we want to highlight as benefits to you as an organization, and give some priority, because you probably can't do everything.
Yeah.
And give some priority to, here's the benefit for the populations that we serve, and here's the highest priority. If you can't do everything, if you could do the top 5 type thing. So that dialogue going forward is important.
Yeah. The other thing, and Neil, I want to look at you, I'm looking at you, because as I recall, our last briefing was that with the project, they are at the stage of going out and trying to get more public involvement and public feedback. So are we working with TIAC to reach into the communities that are represented there? And if, because that, I think that's exactly what you guys are talking about, and I just want to make sure that's happening.
So I haven't been involved in the one-on-one conversations with TIAC, but there are a number of nonprofit organizations that I think we've asked TIAC members to help us identify that are actually having these, if you will, mini focus groups as we begin to talk about the electronic fare system and where, how to use it and what that means for the users. And we're, again, trying to get really an honest assessment from the people, from the populations that are of concern here that TIAC is really importantly representing to us. So, and that will be beginning to learn new concepts like fare capping. We've sort of talked around it around this table, but that's probably not an automatically understood topic when you begin to talk to some of our everyday riders. So those are really important conversations. They're really key to the Title VI analysis that you'll be seeing in about mid-January. And again, just to note that we've actually scheduled a separate board briefing in mid-January just to focus on the e-fare system and where we are with it as the board leads into the consideration of the actual policy ordinances that you need associated with implementing it. So,
are we talking to TIAC to make sure that we're reaching out to the right communities?
Yes, so yes, we have heard about the outreach to the communities, and some of us have helped with identifying and setting up even some of the meetings. So, absolutely, and we also sometimes have concern around those, just from a research perspective about how valid some of those are. And I appreciate greatly, and I work with other large organizations, and county. Public schools, trying to get meaningful community input is a real big challenge, no doubt about it. So the efforts that TriMet is making is not unnoticed, wonderful, and also recognizing that sometimes when you've got a pool of people in a room that have gathered that are trying to first even understand what we're talking about, we can see even very educated people who totally understand the issue having difficulty communicating the benefits and the cost, together. So then you get a population who may not even have English as their first language and they don't know a lot about any of it, and you're trying to give them a front-loaded education and then ask their opinion, and they may not be giving you, they don't really understand how it's going to impact them. So it's hard for them to give a real solid opinion. So we do like that. We do appreciate that we're doing that. Continue, yes. And this is a place also where TIAC would like to also weigh in heavily too on those conversations, just to make sure that we're getting a really broad input. Yeah.
Question?
Well, I'm looking forward to having some more discussions with TIAC, and I'm most interested in hearing what are some of the other questions that you have around the e-fare enforcement, the e-fare system, as you've raised that up, because I've agreed with what Travis said, that this is on both ways. The more that TriMet is able to have savings, it can do more things for that, but also want to ensure and ask that as trying to get to TIAC meeting, because of the way the schedules have been, I made one trip down and walked up and they had a sign, "We're sorry we canceled the meeting." That wasn't a good sign for my first meeting with TIAC. I kind of said that we don't want you in here. But anyway, that when the discussions are held, that we strive to see it from both sides and be fair about it and not be biased on one side and not make, to extent possible, statements that are not true, that then causes other things to happen in terms of that. So I'm looking forward to having those discussions, getting more information, being able to communicate back to the board on basis of giving that report, but also in terms of you all being able to come at some point and talk with us about issues. But just want to make sure we can stay on a side where we can look and say, well, here it is from this side, but then we see it from this side. Then what is the best solution for us to have? Because I was just explaining to someone just a couple of days ago that, yeah, we can put another bus out there. But if that bus is riding that whole route and there's nobody on it, there's a whole lot of cost riding down that route that has to be paid for, and sometimes that's missed. Yeah, I would rather have a bus that comes 10 minutes next because it's more convenient for me to get on it 10 minutes later, but there's nobody riding on it but me. That's a high cost to pay. So we want to look at it from both sides to say, what's the better of doing this? Maybe we split the 10 minutes and we have the bus come 5 minutes later and 5 minutes earlier on the other side. I don't know, but I always believe that there is a workable solution that we can work at if we work at trying to work at it. That's all I'll say for right now.
Well, we're very excited to have you too. I wanted to say that I never have had the opportunity to meet you yet. And so when we heard you were going to be, we were very happy just to have a liaison. That's great. And we're very excited to have you. So welcome. And I look forward to actually having a meeting where you're there. That's great.
Go ahead.
If I may, I'd like to address the issue that Nicole brought up regarding fare enforcement, because when Travis and I were there, that was an issue that we spent quite a bit of time on discussing. And I think it's my takeaway from it, it's an issue worth looking into. And correct me if I'm wrong, my memory is that there's a perceived difference between how our fare inspectors approach those issues and the way our transit police address the issues. And so, and I think that's interesting. I would hope that both units would address it the same way and the right way. And so that there's a perceived difference tells me that it's something I would like to get more information on and look into. The other takeaway I took from that discussion was that for many people, because citations are referred to court, that it becomes an entry into the court system. And, particularly for our youth, do we really want to introduce them into the court system? And after I left and thinking about that, I started wondering whether we had any alternatives, and I don't know whether. Well, and one of under current law, quite honestly, one of the things that I was thinking, and it might be something that we talk to the legislature about. Again, throwing out an idea. I don't know whether this would be a workable idea or not. But what if we were able to set up a hearings officer process for first offenders? So it's not a court issue. It doesn't become a matter of criminal record. Second offenses, third offenses, okay, then quite honestly, I'm not as concerned. But would that be something that we should look into? And, and if we could work with TAC to look at some of these alternatives, and maybe that would go towards some of the concerns, quite honestly, that I was raising about what can TriMet do to, if not improve, the racial issues, at least not make it worse. So, I don't know if the board would be interested in getting some more information on that. Personally, I would.
But let me kind of summarize from my perspective here. First off, thank you all for being here. I think it is a two-way street here, so I don't want to. You are an advisory committee, and we want your advice and need your advice and counsel on a number of issues. I think e-fare is a good one, because we do not want to do something that has unintended consequences or digs a hole with certain groups. I mean, we need to do this properly. I think Director Bauman and I talked right before this meeting. I think at the briefing, I think we probably need to talk about kind of back to some of the basics about how this is working, since we've got a couple new members that haven't been involved, and maybe some members of the TIAC could attend that brief. It's the second week in January, right?
Yeah, that's related to e-fare.
E-fare, so
Yeah.
I'm talking,
Okay.
I was changing, I'm sorry. So
Okay.
I changed from enforcement to e-fare. So yes, so we were talking about e-fare, but there's a clearly we need to understand the issues, and we want to hear what the issues are you're hearing from the various communities out there. And then we need to hear, if you have advice, about how we address those or mitigate any those issues that we have out there. And your recommendations and advice will carry a lot of weight with me coming to this. And I'm counting on Director Bethel to bring back the information and tell us when, frankly, you should come talk to us. And I think probably as we're moving forward the e-fare implementation, that there should be an opportunity for you folks to sit down and give us your, considered input and advice on this very issue. So we're looking forward to that. On the enforcement issue, I agree. I hear about it a lot. I don't understand it fully, but I think it's probably something we should understand, because it just keeps coming up various places. And that says to me it's an issue. It's an issue we probably haven't dealt with because of some reasons I don't understand, but it would be great to know if there are some potential solutions out there, as you point out, that we could deal with. So I hope when we do our e-fare briefing, we probably go back to basics, maybe even have, I think at one of the meetings you did a good job of showing us almost a hands-on demonstration of how all this would work. It may be very helpful, because I think you were concerned about things like if somebody doesn't have a credit card, if they just have cash, how do they get on the system? And just the kind of the basics for the different kinds of customers, which could probably help us make a better decision. And probably you've already identified those as issues and how we ought to deal with it. So thank you much for being here. We look forward to seeing you a bit more. And I think the group, I'm pretty excited about the reconstitution of the group with some new blood, and also look forward to Dr. Bethel's work as liaison, helping us get the right information to you when you need it.
Did we answer your questions about, because one of them was how best to communicate, and
Yes, we've heard some things today, and moving forward, as you think of more, we're open to that. And I want to say, too, just how receptive we found. Neil, all of you, you've listened to the TIAC all through the years I've been involved, and I've always felt like TriMet was, surprisingly for me, I had no idea when I first came on the committee, didn't really know a whole lot about transit other than writing, and it's very complicated. I don't envy what you all, the learning curve, my goodness gracious, very, very complicated, and a lot of issues and a lot of moving tiny little pieces around to try to make the puzzle fit. And I found TriMet to be incredibly receptive to equity issues. In the equity work I've done through Clackamas County, here in Multnomah County, that it's not always the case. And so thank you for being receptive, and thank you for being receptive. It's really wonderful, and really looking forward to having you on our committee with us. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming. Good.
thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks. Well, I think actually you were the last presentation and issue on our agenda this morning. So thank you very much. Other than just kind of summarizing, wrapping up, usually it's good to kind of hear what people got as takeaways from the days, and so I don't want to give you mine. I'd rather hear yours first and see if there's any that I haven't heard. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if you have some thoughts about what you heard today that were takeaways for you, maybe we'll start on this side of the table instead of that side. Like, Craig? Or
should we ask Neil?
We could ask Neil too.
Really, I think for me, the big takeaway is that we have a lot of work to do. On the Southwest Corridor, on Powell Division, those in terms of project development, moving forward, working with our partners, watching for the funding issues, looking at potential local funding strategies, and a relatively short time frame if we're taking Congressman Blumenauer's advice that November of 2016 would be a great time to have something on the ballot. I personally question whether we have sufficient time between now and then to do that, but it's something to be aware of, and so we need to be thinking about that, but we also need to be thinking about that in terms of the ultimate project timelines. So I think we need to spend some time putting this all together and making some priorities.
Dr. Bethel, your takeaways or thoughts?
I guess one of the first things was what Congressman Blumenauer said was maintain the momentum. Maintain the momentum. But in maintaining momentum, we need to be cautious that we do not allow momentum to have us rolling and we miss some things or we run over some things. And for instance, that again brings me back to a need to really take a look at policy and policy and procedures. And in borrowing from Alan's term of finding the right balance, not only in just those areas that was listed in the slides, but finding the right balance for what we're doing as a transportation system and how that system is going to connect people who are needing and dependent on transit, and even those who are choice riders of transit at all. We're looking at all of those. And then the issues that TIAC brought up is that it tells us that, again, we must work with our communication, that what messages is being sent out, we're making sure that it is clearly sent out. And if it is not representing what is our intention, we correct it as soon as possible. I never understood e-fare to just be the benefit to TriMet, to line TriMet's pockets, but always to see that those reductions in savings or whatever was always towards restoring and making our transit system better. We failed if that was the message that got out and we did not correct it. So that's one of the other things that I take away with being in terms of caution. Then I agree with Director Prosser. We have a whole lot of work to be done. And it has to be done collaboratively with the board, with operations, as well as with our community and our other government partners.
I would start off by just seconding what Directors Prosser and Director Bethel both highlighted already, and just second what they said, and just add to that we have to keep diligent and focused on especially the funding. But before the funding happens, we've got to get the planning down. We've got a lot of work to do, as Director Prosser referenced, and I think it needs to be comprehensive in its presentation, and the fact that I personally don't think we can solve all of the transportation challenges we need to solve by looking at it the same way we've always looked at it, with the same solutions. I think we've got to leverage technology. We've got to look at ways that we can enhance how we tackle these challenges and make the solutions comprehensive, and we've got to start that now. Some of the things that Bruce, you referenced already in regards to some of the stuff you saw at the recent transportation conference, those are the types of things that we've got to start highlighting, got to start looking at. We have to start taking the opportunity to be innovative and find ways to be innovative with dollars that don't quite have the restrictions that the federal government puts upon them, so that we can actually look down the road and begin to develop these comprehensive solutions. I think without that, we're going to again be tackling the same problems with the same solutions we've always done it with, and we'll get the same or worse results.
All right.
Yes. Well, what I guess, I'm really encouraged that there's a sense that we can build on our past success, our great track record, kind of positions us very well moving into the future. And I also am interested to hear about these opportunities to think innovatively about funding in the future and kind of, big picture attacks on overall transit challenges. If I could maybe get down a little more granular on the e-fare issue. I know we're going to have a briefing in January, and I would like to see, if possible, something that would show me, because I'm still trying to understand it. I have only cash, and I want to get on the bus. How is that going to work? I have a credit card, and I want to get on the bus. How is that going to work? Just real walk me through it. That would be helpful to me.
You have cash? What is that, as a matter of fact?
Only because I've been a victim of identity theft a few times, so that's why I have cash. My knowledge around fare enforcement is really limited to what I learned and saw when I was on my ride-along with the transit police. And I would echo the interest in learning more about enforcement in the future. The price of having an open system is that some people do end up in the criminal justice system. And I'd like to understand more about how that works, and the pros and cons and the costs and the realities in people's lives for enforcement.
And I can't add a lot more other than to say I think the challenges are high. The expectations are very high of TriMet and what we need to deliver. I do think I came away, we do have to think bold. We do have to think long-term, but we don't want to, I think as Director Bethel said, trip or fail in some of these things. So we need to be following these little things that we're doing along the way and make sure the implementation is done, top notch all the way. And I think we got a number of things on our plate that we need to be successful with. And I look forward to a further discussion from the staff. And my assumption is the staff will go back based on the comments you've heard here and say what things do we need to do in terms of some further briefings or information to help the board make those good implementation decisions and help the staff out there in the community. And the other thing I would say is I think we got a marvelous group with TIAC, and I think they want to be helpful is what I heard there, and I think we ought to utilize them to their full capacity. I really would like to see them come back and talk to us some more on a couple of these subjects. So for sure, the two subjects they identified, but I suspect there will be more come up. And I want them to really be our early warning system on some of these issues out there. So my takeaway is it's a really good group. I'm looking forward to the growth and increased, I guess, abilities and stature, frankly, of that group to help us guide us in our decisions. So I think it's good. It was a good time. I think we learned a lot. I think we probably could have gone all day with other issues. I think our next meeting's second week in December, right?
Right, December 9th.
December 9th. And then we do have 2 meetings in January. The first one will be the briefing on the e-fare,
Right.
where we can spend some time and hopefully get some more good information. And I do hope TIAC is able to come to that meeting. And
We'll certainly invite the representatives.
Perfect.
I might also note that we have the advantage of a new Director of Transit Equity joining the staff actually next Monday. John Gardner will be leading that effort. And so, needless to say, I think we've really missed having somebody in that leadership role. And I'm looking forward to his contribution to these conversations as well as we move ahead. I would note on the fare evasion question, it is an excellent conversation to have. I just would note we'll probably need a reasonable amount of time to go through it. I think it's really important. And it is actually the kind of thing that if you, Travis is going to look at me and says, this is that innovator merchant guy that he's talking about, but you could begin to sort of reinvent how that system might work if we weren't, frankly, locked into the same criminal justice system, court system, other things that we are right now. And I think one of the key worries that I have is that it's possible to get to a point of disproportionate, if you will, punishment related to fare enforcement that with some of these spirals. So I think I get and just the note, the other sort of piece about that that's important is that we don't have just one criminal justice system in our district, we have three. We have three district attorneys, and they each have certain interpretations of law that are different. So those are amongst the complications that we would really need to spend some time with you to sort of make sure you understand as we begin to think about reform.
So I would say if we need a special briefing meeting on that, or we want to spend some extra time after one of the, maybe the lighter agendas that we have, if we ever have any of those, which I think we do, but think about putting something in there, and it doesn't have to be all done at once.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Will do.
Good one. Anything else?
Well, I will follow up just briefly on that. I think that is an innovative merchant thing to say, by the way. But ultimately, I completely agree with this conversation, and I think Director Prosser brought it up and kicked it off to say that, is there a supplementary, type of process we can take, for fare evasion? But I think specifically with this challenge is the challenge that was referenced is not unique to TriMet. I mean, this is a challenge that we're seeing across the region, across the state, and in the country. And I think we've got. I mean, we referenced that meeting where you attended. I had to attend by phone, but this is a problem and a challenge that's pretty systemic and structural. And I think we've got to start there. And I do believe we need to take this action or whatever action we can in this direction. But I think we've got to move it to the front of the line and say, why does this ultimate problem of singling out a certain population of people, why does that problem exist? And how do we address that problem along with taking a look at the other side of it and the consequence side of it, but how do we move it to the front? And again, it's not, I mean, we've got the data research that clearly tells us that this is not a problem that's unique to TriMet. And I haven't seen the TriMet data, so I can't speak to it to say whether or not we're truly in that category, in that bucket. But I know region-wide the problem exists. And that's where I think we need to start. And essentially it's where, as an organization, we can put our best foot forward. I mean, we can be a model organization that looks at how do we approach this differently.
That's it. Well, thank you all for your time today, and thanks to the staff for the presentations and the work you did getting us ready. I know it just looks easy on television, but there was a lot of work done before we got here. So thank you.
Thank you.